Mickey talks the truth.
Okay. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to her channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey.
We love you, Mickey.
Mickey talks the truth.
Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to pull up on your girl, Mickey Truth. We is live with it. Good morning, everybody. We are back at it again. YSL day 1 million for some shit. I don't even know what. See, I said I was going to do better with cursing. I tell you, I'm a work in progress. But anyway, before we get too deep up in this thing, because hopefully they start on time today, I'm going to go ahead and run the disclosures and disclaimers to get it on the record. Y'all already know all information contained on this live is for entertainment, heavy on the mother effing entertainment, educational purposes only. All information used on this live is per the Fair Use Act, and any conclusion that you draw is on you and your mama, not nobody on this channel, this panel, or in this chat. And another disclaimer for those who have not read the description to my channel, I am not a lawyer. Nothing I say should be used as legal advice because it's not legal advice, okay? If you do need legal advice, however, you can go talk to an actual licensed lawyer or attorney of your choosing, all right? And like the disclaimer says in the video, that you can actually see the consequences of anything that you try to run with from the channel is definitely on you, all right? So with that being said, hey, just sit back, enjoy my opinion based off my free thoughts of what I'm listening to. And y'all let me know what y'all think in the chat. Let's get started.
You can't handle the truth.
Hey, and here we are. So with that being said, y'all, so I heard yesterday it was more antics and things going on. Y'all know we focus mainly on Rich Homie Quan's funeral. Long live Rich Homie Quan. I've been on Twitter because I tell y'all, when it comes to YSL, Twitter is what you need to go to do any type of catch up. And I'm about to bring up the clip because I think they don't start until 9, if I'm not mistaken. So we got like 4 minutes or so, and that's if they on time. Let me see what I'm looking for. Well, first and foremost, let's talk about this. Let's talk about why DA Love, okay, continues to add witnesses to this freaking case. Like, why? So now she's adding G. Baker, who is, according to the clip I saw, the arresting officer for Quindarius Zachary. And like I have said before, DA Love is the type of DA that she's emotional, okay? So as soon as you say something about her, she has to prove, like, that's not true. Oh, no. Like, she over-argues emotional shit. The judge that even told her, like, you don't have to react or say something every time. So I'm like, okay, so we already still had, 99 witnesses left. And now you done added another witness. Like, we're never gonna get through the trial because you keep adding witnesses. Now, in my opinion, I feel like she's bringing the arresting officer to, I guess, either say, oh, he wasn't ill for real when we got him or something. Like, it's gonna be some type of narrative. But nevertheless, that witness is supposed to be here today. Also, y'all already know I heard Max Short ate the Detective Thorpe ass up. Let's watch this real quick.
You were asked about if your report included verbatim what Kenneth Copeland said to you in the interviews. Remember that?
Yes,
Okay, you didn't need to put what he said verbatim because it's on a video, right?
correct.
You were asked about the gunshot residue. Whether you put that collection of the gunshot residue from Kenneth Copeland, whether you put that in your report, right?
Correct.
And you didn't because you didn't need to because that was on video, correct?
Correct.
All right. Where is the video of you going to McDonald's and asking for surveillance.
Objection, Your Honor. That was asked and answered about the, there's
Overruled.
assuming facts
Where's
and
it-
evidence
where's
about
that
a
video?
video. That,
Overruled.
okay.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't have a video of myself going into McDonald's.
Okay.
So that was never recorded on a video, or I did not do a digital audio recording of that either.
Cool. Thank you.
All right.
All right.
So basically, from the clips I'm seeing of Detective Thorpe, I see why Woody refers to him as Squirrel Brain. All right. So let's watch this clip. It says, shout out to Thugger Daily. Okay. Good morning, Renata. Said done for the day early because the state didn't have any other witnesses left. Like, come on. Why don't you have any other witnesses left? And you got a plethora of witnesses to go. Crazy.
All right. A couple of matters. First of all, Miss Love, that needs to be the absolute last time that you don't have enough witnesses to carry us at least until 5. And if it happens again and there is something less than an earthquake, an 8-car pileup, somebody died, 3 people died, and so none of the witnesses were available,
Yeah.
I may just say you can't have that witness, because at this point in this incredibly long trial, to have to end at 4:25 is not a good use of anybody's time. Do you understand?
I do.
All right.
Yeah, she understands, but she's gonna do it again. She's definitely gonna do it again. We know this all too well. Love is like one of those like people where until somebody actually give her a repercussion for her actions, she's gonna keep playing the fence and playing the system. It has been shown time and time again with DA Love. She is definitely the one to push the buttons. She's definitely the one that's gonna see how far she can go. And to be honest, they have, and even this judge, we thought it was just Granville. Even this judge. Okay, we live now. We'll talk about it
I
later.
don't know why it's changing overnight. Thank you for the treat, whoever gave you this. All right, so I see that overnight and this morning, there's been a little bit of back and forth about who's on the witness list and who's not. I don't know. Mr. Brown, have they left you to figure all this out? Okay. So, I mean, I think, well, so do you know whether any of these people have ever been on any witness list?
See which one of these. Good morning, Your Honor. 88 Brown. 1 second. Good morning, Your Honor. 88 Brown for the state. My apologies. To my knowledge and recollection, Judge, those witnesses were once on the witness list, but in accordance with the goals in mind of efficiency, they were removed. But now, given the fact that there's no ability to come to a mutual agreement, they've been returned to where they once were, so that we can, do what we need to do on our end.
Okay. I mean, frankly, I think it's kind of a shame that the sides can't reach stipulation on really simple things. So it's a little bit maybe disingenuous to be complaining about how long the state's taking and then saying, oh, these people aren't on a list, when if the reason they were removed from a list is because the court encouraged the state to narrow its list to only the necessary people, and something like, a chain of custody that everybody would be able to admit is going to be able to be established, has to be established instead of having it stipulated to. I mean, that's why, as I understand it from Miss Love, these people got put back on. And then similarly, something like whose apartment is this, which is, if it's going to be established, requiring 3 witnesses to come in and say it, because the defense won't stipulate to it, it's, at least Miss Love has said that's the reason all these people are now on the list. So
I don't know if, I can't find in my, our database. So I just want to know where they are and then we can cross-reference it. I don't have these people on the witness list. I'm not saying that there were over 800 people and there's been, I don't know, 6 witness lists. So I just want, if I can find them, then I can target over to see what they say. But I can't find certain people. There were first 15, then we found 5. So they may all be on there, but if they're not on there, then I don't have anything in discovery because we cross-referenced everybody.
Well, Judge, they are in discovery. They do appear in discovery, and to my knowledge and belief, and I can confirm that information for the court, which list they were on. Given that I'm a one-man show right now, if I can send word to the office and get further details for the court, I can do that.
well, it's not for the court that you're
well,
doing it. It's
yes.
for the defense. And frankly, I think a couple of these emails, Mr. Steele, was your first email this morning or was there some discussion of this last night?
They're both this morning, Your Honor.
Okay. So,
The second one, the more recent one, is really the only one that matters because then it's
Yeah.
highlighted who is found. So there's 10 missing from
So-
my perspective.
I mean, Ms. Love's included on these emails, so she should be aware. Is your first witness of the day on? Who's your first?
Oh,
Who are
sure.
we calling?
Yes, Your Honor. The first witness that is here is Officer Butler, Vincent Butler, immediately followed by Officer Gary Baker. And the other witnesses are either in transit or, given that I'm in here, I can't be sure, but I'm sure they should be here
Where is
momentarily.
Butler?
Butler is in the back waiting to be called.
No, I'm sorry. I mean, on this list of, okay, all right, I see.
Yes.
So is that generally the email that Ms. Love sent at 7:10 last night? Is that
Yes.
generally the order that y'all intend to call these people?
Barring any exceptional
Okay.
circumstances, Your Honor, or the need to go in a different way.
Okay.
Yes. That.
All right, so Butler and Baker are both acknowledged to be on a witness list. And then is that crime scene tech next?
Yeah, no, Your Honor, there will be a witness between, I believe, 2 witnesses in between the crime scene tech. That would be Sanders Pitts or Pitt, however it shows on your end, Pitt Sanders. There was a name change.
Okay. And who after that?
And just one second, Your Honor, I'm pulling that up for you. Sure. It would be Officer Trago, the crime scene tech, excuse me,
Okay,
followed by Lieutenant Leduke.
okay. And all of those people, it's not disputed. No, it is disputed as to Officer Leduc, but I guess the first 4, there's no issue about. So we can at least get started.
Yes.
And then let's, as soon as we can, get the information about which dated list, I guess, the others are on that are included in the 7:30 email from Mr. Steele. And if y'all could just point out which list it is that those people are on.
Sure thing.
But we can get started with the first 4 people at least. And as you say, one of them's already out there on deck?
That is correct. Your Honor.
Okay, and is the jury ready? All right, is there anything else we need to deal with before we get the jury in? All right, let's get started. You can go ahead and bring them in. Do you want to have your witness making their way in, please? That's fine. They can just stand next to the stand. Yeah, come on out. The jury's on the way in, and then an officer will swear you. Thank you. All right, Ms. Brown, I guess you're gonna handle this witness, so if. Oh, yeah, thank you.
Vincent Butler. Lord, just a little bit so it's directly in front of your mouth, so the court reporter can pick up what you're saying. There we go. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. Are you employed?
Yes.
Where are
I'm
you-
sorry. Can you say your name again? Because I didn't get that.
Vincent Butler.
Thank you.
Okay. And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a police sergeant.
How long have you been working in the capacity as a law enforcement officer?
November will be 12 years.
And how long have you been a police sergeant?
For 2 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities, Sergeant Butler, in that capacity as a sergeant?
I'm assigned to the Strategic Response Unit, and we handle any mass gatherings in the city, which would include protests, as well as the academy site that we're having built.
And what was your role or rank prior to becoming a sergeant with the Atlanta Police Department?
I was an officer.
And did you share similar responsibilities in that role, or were they different from what you do now?
They were different.
Could you please explain for the jury what your duties and responsibilities were in your prior rank as just a regular police officer?
My duties were to respond to 911 calls in the downtown Zone 5 area.
And have you, excuse me, have you been post-certified the entire time that you have been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
I am now directing your attention to the date of, well, let me ask you a few more questions. Sergeant Butler, do you work any additional jobs outside of your work with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
What else do you do?
I'm a courtesy officer at my apartment complex.
And how did you obtain that job?
It was available through the apartment. They have certain apartment complexes across the city that offer that to Atlanta police officers.
And what is the name of the apartment complex where you serve as a courtesy officer?
Columbia Crest Apartments.
And in your capacity as a courtesy officer, what is it that your duties and responsibilities are for that particular assignment?
Respond to courtesy complaints, calls that are generated by the residents at the apartment complex.
And what is the address of the apartment complex that you serve as a courtesy officer?
1903 Drew Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
How long have you worked in that capacity with that extra job?
Since 2014.
And that address that you provided, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what county it is situated in?
In Fulton County.
I want to turn your attention, Sergeant Butler, to the date of Tuesday, April the 28th, 2015. Do you recall if you worked your job at the Atlanta Police Department on that day?
Yes,
What was your watch or tour of duty for that day?
it was morning watch, which is overnight.
Okay. What are the hours that typically accompany someone who, what hours does a person who is on morning watch work?
Usually 10 at night to 6 in the morning or 11 at night to 7 in the morning.
And were those the hours that were typical of someone on morning watch in, say, April 28th, 2015?
Yes,
Okay. Or do you recall around about what time you got off on that day of April 28th, 2015?
it would have been around 6 a.m. in the morning.
And what, if anything, do you recall after getting off of work on April the 28th, Tuesday, April the 28th, 2015?
Upon arriving home, I observed an Atlanta police officer parked on Drew Drive, and it seemed to be that there was an incident that happened at the location.
And what gave you belief that there was an incident that had occurred in that area?
The officer was out his patrol car with his cruise lights running, and I could see one of members from our maintenance team at the property outside with him as well.
And at that time, how were you dressed?
I was in a full Atlanta police uniform.
Are you assigned a patrol vehicle or any type of cruiser as you described?
At that time, I was not.
And the officer that you said you saw walking about in the vicinity of the apartment complex, did you know that individual?
Yes, I did.
Who do you know him or her to be?
He's a Zone 1 officer, and he was also in my academy class.
What's his name?
His name is Officer Hill.
Do you know his first name?
I can't recall his first name.
Is it fair to say that you've had enough contact to recognize him?
Yes.
And okay. And is it also fair to say that he knows of you as well?
Yes.
And when you saw Officer Hill walking about the premises of the apartment complex where you serve as the courtesy officer, what, if anything, did you do?
I asked him, why was he at the location, and he gave me a rundown on the reason why.
And what was the weather conditions like that day? Was it sunny or was it dark?
The sun was coming up, but it was still pretty much dark that morning.
Was Officer Hill the only person, let me rephrase that. Was Officer Hill the only law enforcement officer present on the scene at that time?
That I can remember, yes.
And did you come to learn in the course of that investigation of that incident what the purpose of him being present was?
I did.
What was that?
There were multiple shots fired at that location.
Did you happen to see any signs that shots had been fired in that location?
Yes, in 1903, on Drew Drive, there were several shell casings that were riddled across the street.
And in your capacity as a courtesy officer, were you at that time required to respond to that incident, even though there were other law enforcement officers present?
Yes, just to get information to pass over to our leasing manager.
And what information did you pass over to, information, if any, did you pass over to law enforcement present?
I gave the Officer Hill the name of the occupant of one of the apartments that maintenance let him in so he could do a welfare check on the occupants in that apartment.
Do you recall after this time the name that you gave?
I don't recall the name I gave.
And how were you able to locate that name at that time if you then knew for Officer Hill to continue his investigation?
I was able to locate the name of the person who was on the lease for that particular apartment from a rent roll list given to me by the property manager.
And what is a rent roll list, if you will?
It's a list that details each leasee and what apartment they live in at the location.
Is that something you still get to this day?
I don't currently get it with our new management that we have, no.
Why was it something that you had at that time?
Because it was what management was handing me out periodically at that time.
And after providing the information to Officer Hill from the rent roll sheet, was he at all able to make contact with the occupant or tenant of that particular apartment?
I'm unsure. He was given the name and the apartment number, and he would have further searched and tried to make communication with that tenant.
About how long was your involvement at this crime scene where you described law enforcement was already present?
Very brief, I would say 5, maybe 10 minutes.
During the time that you were there, did the tenant, during the duration of the time that you were there aiding in the investigation, did the tenant who occupied the apartment that was struck by the bullet defects, did she ever show up?
No.
Did, after you left the premises, did you have any further, did you attempt to contact the occupant of that particular unit?
I did not.
Do you know if management made any contact with the occupant of that unit after that?
I know they made attempts, but I don't know if they made contact.
Do you know if there were multiple persons or only a single person that lived in that unit based on your rent roll sheet that you had at that time?
There was only one occupant on the lease.
At that, excuse me, at that time, specifically being April 28, 2015, were you assigned a body worn camera at that time?
No, the department did not have body worn cameras at that time.
Were you required in either your capacity as a courtesy officer with the Crestview apartment complex or as an Atlanta Police Department officer to do any further work in this particular matter?
No.
And on that morning that you saw law enforcement out there, was there any other apartment units that, to your knowledge, that were affected by the gunfire that took place?
Yes, there was the second caller about the incident.
Did you provide any information or assistance with respect to that caller?
I spoke with her, with Officer Hill about what happened and what time she heard the rounds being fired.
Is it fair to say that is about all that you got at that point from all that you gave in terms of conversation with that second caller?
Correct.
Just a brief indulgence. Earlier, you testified that you didn't recall the name of the tenant in that premises. Is that correct?
Correct.
If I were to show you a report from that incident, would that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Now approaching you with, take a moment to look at that. When your memory's been so refreshed, please just look up at me without saying, reading from it, please.
Yes, sir.
Ryan, your instructions
you-
last time was to not do that.
Did you identify what it is? So that they know.
Sure, yes, sir. All right. If I may approach. Hold on, just one second.
They just didn't know what you were handing them.
All right. I am now approaching the witness with the same document. When your memory is going to refresh, you may look back up at it. All right. Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
And can you recall the name of the person that was the occupant of the premises that you gave to Officer Hill at that time?
Yes.
What was her name?
Kiana Troutman.
Just a few more questions, Sergeant. Do you know a Philip Collins?
I don't.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, the state has no further questions.
All right. Do any defense counsel have questions for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Butler, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You worked with APD back in 2015 and you still work with APD now, is that true?
Yes.
You were a courtesy officer at this location?
Yes.
You were subpoenaed to appear here today to give some testimony about the information that you have or remember from 2015, is that right?
Yes.
You responded or you came to that location in the early morning of April 28th, 2015, true?
Yes.
You did not have anything to do with the investigation of what had happened that night, isn't that right?
No.
All right. Officer Hill, someone you went to the academy with, was present when you got there.
Yes.
And you were made aware that there had been apparently some sort of shooting at the location. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, you were asked a while ago about the resident of one of those apartments that suffered some bullet defects. You remember that question?
Yes.
You were unable to remember on your own who lived in that apartment, true?
Prior to seeing the report, true.
Right, well, the report you were showing wasn't your report, right?
Correct.
You didn't write a report that night, did you?
No.
Okay, so it's not that your memory was refreshed. You essentially just saw a name that was written in someone else's report, and that's how you're able to say, well, that's the person who lived in that apartment. Isn't that true?
No, it was the name given based off the rent roll list that I gave to Officer Hill.
Right, but you have no independent recollection of that other than being shown officer or another report with that name in it. Isn't that right?
Could you rephrase your question?
Sure. As you sat here on the stand and you were asked who lived in the apartment, you have no independent recall as to who lived in the apartment. True?
True.
All right. You were shown a report that is not your report, but that has the name in it, and that's how you're able to tell the jury what name was given on that morning. True?
True.
Okay. You were asked by the state whether or not you know the name of Philip, somebody or the other, and you don't know anything about that person, do you?
I do not.
All right. You don't know anything about the whereabouts of anyone who lived in the apartment by the name that you mentioned a little bit earlier, Kiana, something or the other. All right. You don't know anything about that person.
I do know based off the rent roll that she was on the lease during 2015 when the incident occurred.
Right. You know from the rent roll that person stayed in that apartment, correct?
Yes.
And if I heard you correctly, the extent of your involvement in this case was about 5 to 10 minutes there at the scene, talking to Officer Hill, talking to someone else who had made a phone call. Is that right?
Yes,
All right. You had no further involvement in the case,
correct,
never called to testify,
correct,
never called to identify anyone,
correct.
just called in here this morning and shown that report from someone else. True?
I saw the report yesterday, but yes.
All right. Sergeant Butler, thank you. That's all I've got.
Any other questions for the defense? Any redirect? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state now calls to the stand Officer Gary Baker.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, God?
Yes.
May you take a seat. State your first and last name with the spelling of both names.
Gary Baker. Spelling of Gary is Gary. Baker is Baker.
Good morning. Are you employed?
Yes.
And where are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department
And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
since August 29th, 2013.
And in what capacity are you employed?
As a police officer.
And what rank do you hold with the Atlanta Police Department?
Police officer.
And in what zone did you start working, start your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Zone 3.
And were you given a particular watch when you started your employment with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, I was.
What watch were you given?
Initially, I started on morning watch.
And what hours consist of the morning watch that you won?
The morning watch hours are typically in zone 3 from anywhere between 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. in the morning.
Were you assigned a particular beat when you started with the Atlanta Police Department?
When I first started, I didn't have a particular beat. I was what we call a roustabout. They give you a beat to work when you come in that night, and that's your assigned area for the night.
All right. Do you recall, and I want to direct your attention to the date of Thursday, May the 7th, 2015. Do you recall working that day?
Yes, I do.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you remember about working that day?
During that day, it was a normal shift. I received a 911 call in the area of 151 Cleveland Avenue in reference to a male brandishing what was described as a machine gun. Responded to the call, arrived on scene at the call.
Okay. Excuse me. What county is that address of 151 Cleveland Avenue situated?
Fulton County.
And do you know what is located at that address? A residence, a commercial building?
It's a gas station.
Yes. And that was in 2015. Do you still know that location to be consisting of, to be a gas station?
Yes, I do.
Is it the same gas station that it once was in 2015?
They typically change hands. They'll go from a Exxon to a BP to a Chevron. So.
All right. Around what time were you dispatched to the 151 Cleveland Avenue location on that day?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Okay. If I showed you, did you prepare a report for anything related to this case?
Yes, I did.
If I were to show you a copy of that report, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, it would.
No, sure. Okay. All right. approaching the witness, having been shown that it's not needed. Take a moment to refresh your recollection with that, and once you have had an opportunity to do so, look back up at me, and don't breathe. Okay, has your memory been refreshed, Officer Baker?
Yes,
Okay, around what time were you dispatched to that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue?
approximately 2 a.m.
And what zone is Cleveland, the address that I just mentioned, situated?
At that time, I was situated in Zone 3.
Is it changed?
No, still
Okay.
Zone 3.
All right. All right. You indicated that dispatch informed you that there was a person with a machine gun. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Okay. When you heard the terminology of machine gun, what kind of firearm did you have in mind at that time while you were being dispatched?
At the time, that would be something described as maybe a rifle or a weapon that fires in rapid succession. Maybe carrying a large amount of rounds, capacity of a large amount of rounds, something to that effect.
Did dispatch provide you with an identity of the caller?
They described they gave a description of a person, and they also gave a description of a vehicle as well.
Well, that's not my question, but I'll ask you something about that. Did they provide you a description of the caller?
No, they didn't. They didn't. I believe it was an anonymous caller or unknown caller at the time.
Did now speaking to what you just stated on direct, did you have a description of the individual that was said to be holding the machine gun style firearm that you were told?
Yes, they did give. I remember they did give us a description, but I do not remember what the description was.
Would looking at your report help refresh that? Your
Possibly,
memory? All right,
possibly.
you can please do so, and then when you had your memory refreshed, look back at it. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right. What was the description that you were given?
Well, the description I was given was of a vehicle that was occupied by a male and a female, and there was a male inside the male with the female operating the vehicle, and the male had gone in and out of the store.
Okay. And did you in fact arrive at the location to which you were said to go to at that time?
Yes, I did.
And upon your arrival at that location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, what, if anything, did you see at that time?
When I arrived on scene, there was a male coming out of the store. He walked out of the store and got into the vehicle that was described to me in the call remarks.
Let's unpack some of what you just said. Do you recall which side of the vehicle he got into?
I believe he got into the passenger side of the vehicle.
And where was the female person that was accompanying him that you mentioned earlier?
I believe she was in the driver's side of the vehicle.
What description for the vehicle were you given?
I was a black Chevrolet Impala, I believe.
Were you given a license plate or tag number for it?
Yes, I was.
What were the tags that you were given, to your recollection?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's in my report.
Go ahead and take a moment to refresh your memory on your report. Okay, excuse me. What was the tag of the vehicle that you were given?
The license plate was PXL8880.
I'm sorry, could you say that phonetically because I couldn't hear?
Paul X-ray Lincoln 8880.
Was it a Georgia tag?
Yes, I believe so.
Were you assigned a body cam at that time?
No.
And is it, why not?
They had not been issued to us at that time. At least in my career, I hadn't been issued a body camera.
At that time?
At that time, yeah, correct.
And did you arrive to that location alone, or did you, were you accompanied?
I was accompanied by another officer. They sent another backup officer just in case.
And when you say a backup officer just in case, why would dispatch send a backup officer just in case?
Typically, when there's a call involving a person with a firearm, an armed person, they want to send a second or maybe even a third officer, just because, just for our safety and the public safety in general. It's kind of believed by us that if you have more than one officer, maybe two or three, then a less amount of force has to be used. And that way we can de-escalate situations better when there's more of us there.
All right. So when you arrived to that location, what, if anything, did you do? Did you have your lights on?
Not that I recall.
Did you have your siren activated?
Not that I recall.
All right. Did you exit the vehicle?
When I arrived on scene, I exited the vehicle. I saw the mail that was described in the call remarks. I saw the vehicle that was described in the call remarks. I saw the mail come out of the store, immediately walked to the vehicle. At that time, I approached the vehicle, asked the male if he could step out. He stepped out. I asked the male if he had a gun. He said no. At that point, I could look into the back seat of the car and saw a gun laying on the back seat of the car. From what I remember, I think the male immediately admitted that it was his gun. And at that point, we went ahead and detained him. And I believe the second officer there, I think he detained the female. And we just went from there.
Right. So I want to unpack a few things that you just said there.
Sure.
All right. Earlier you said he initially said he didn't have it.
Correct.
But then what changed after you located that firearm?
Once I located the firearm, once I saw it, he immediately admitted, "Oh, that's my gun."
Was it in plain view, or was it something that you had to look a little more intently for?
It was in plain view.
Is this the type of firearm that you saw, the firearm that you saw that day, is it the type of firearm that you can hold with one hand, or that you must use two hands in order to discharge the ammunition?
In my belief, to use a weapon like that, you would need to use both hands.
Is this a weapon that is a single firearm, or is it one that shoots its ammunition in rapid succession?
Honestly, I don't know. With that weapon, I believe that weapon's able to be shot as quickly as you squeeze the trigger.
Are rifles generally firearms that are that discharge ammunition in rapid succession?
They can be.
When you observe the firearm on the back seat, what caused you to seize it?
It was described in the call remarks as that type of weapon. Typically, when people call the police, they may not know exactly, they may not be gunsmiths necessarily or know exactly specifications of a gun, but they'll describe it as best they can. It's a weapon that someone would describe as a machine gun or something of that sort.
Is it unlawful to have a firearm?
No.
So why would you seize that firearm?
From what I can remember, and from what I can remember, it appeared to be a weapon that was illegally modified.
And when you say illegally modified, what is it that you mean by that?
Those weapons can be shortened, may not have a stock, have a stock and not supposed to have a stock.
Are you saying stop?
Stock.
Stock.
STOCK, stock. It's like the back part of the weapon, like a brace almost.
And did this weapon have a stock?
To be honest, I don't remember. I do remember that we made the charge on the individual because the weapon appeared to be legally modified, and the warrant was signed by the judge, and the charge was made at that night. So.
And when that weapon was seized, well, let me back up. You said that when you saw that firearm, that the persons within the vehicle were detained. Do you recall saying that?
Yeah.
Why did you detain him?
He was the person described in the call remarks, so he was detained for our investigation, and he was also arrested because of weed possession of the vehicle as well.
Okay, all right. When you detain someone, what does that look like in an ordinary stop for an officer?
Most times they're placed in handcuffs. Try to make it clear that they're detained and they're aware that they're detained. They're not going to jail necessarily right now. They just can't leave.
And in this instance were the occupants of that vehicle detained by handcuffs or by some other means?
From what I remember, I believe they were placed in handcuffs.
Were they ordered out of the vehicle?
I believe they were asked to step out of the vehicle and they complied and placed them in handcuffs for the detention.
And about how long did that detention last?
Honestly, I don't remember.
Were you able at any point to obtain names or identities for the persons that were detained at that time?
I'm sure we obtained the name of the detainee, the male detainee.
And what name did you obtain?
I believe it was Quindarius Zachary.
And were you given a name for the female occupant of the vehicle?
I don't remember. Don't recall.
Would that be contained within your report?
Possibly.
Okay. Would you take a moment to refresh?
Sure.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay. What do you remember at this point?
I believe the female detainee was named Summer.
Okay. Did you get a last name for it?
No, I did not.
Was she taken into custody, full custody after being detained?
I don't believe so.
And why not?
I believe she was released. She didn't have any. There weren't any appropriate charges for her to be placed on.
Do you know to whom that vehicle belonged?
I don't know.
Okay. When you arrived to the location of 151 Cleveland Avenue, did you observe the occupants of the vehicle doing anything?
When I first arrived, the male got into the vehicle. I do remember we noticed each other. We looked at each other. And he got into the vehicle and he started to kind of shuffle around the vehicle. Him and the female that were inside the vehicle. So there was a little bit of movement inside the car.
Okay. Now, when you say you looked at each other, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what his demeanor was?
From what I remember, he came out of the store, took a quick glance at me, and he hurried into the vehicle.
Did he appear nervous?
He appeared in a rush. I could say that.
And in your training and experience, what do you understand quick movements before you make a stop to signify?
Well, in some cases, when people see the police, they may shuffle around a little bit, or maybe try to conceal something in the car, or make furtive movements to kind of put something away, or tuck something, or hide something. So it's not always the case, but you're aware of it going into situations.
Were there any other people in the area while this investigation and detention was taking place?
I don't remember.
Did you get specifications for what the type of firearm it was, the brand or the make?
I believe it was a Bushmaster Carbon 15 .223 caliber.
And when you say 223 caliber, what do you mean?
It's just a caliber of round that the weapon shoots.
And is it fair to say that when you say round, you're talking about ammunition?
Yes.
Earlier, you testified that the firearm appeared to be shortened. In your training and experience, what does the shortening of a firearm allow for a person to do with it?
To be honest, I'm not sure, but I know it's in state of Georgia code, it's illegal.
Okay.
For whatever reason.
And with respect to the length of that firearm, did you later come to detail or learn the specifications of that firearm?
It appeared to be approximately, the barrel itself appeared to be about seven inches, I believe. I'd need to look at the report again to remember something like
Take a
that.
moment and
Okay.
look back up. Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, what, you can answer the question.
So the barrel length was approximately 7 inches, and the entire weapon was approximately 20 inches in length.
Was the firearm loaded?
Yes, it was.
All right, was there anything in the chamber?
There was a round ready to fire in the chamber, yes.
Was there any magazines or clips connected to it?
Yeah, there was a double feed magazine attached to it.
Are you familiar with the terminology banana clip?
Yes.
And when you hear that terminology, is that formal usage for a magazine or street language?
It's just informal lingo.
And if you were to hear the term banana clip, what would you understand that to be?
I would understand it to be a longer magazine in the shape of a banana that is typically like attached to a weapon or a rifle, something like a rifle. Yeah.
And were the magazines that were connected to this particular firearm in the form or shape of a banana, as you stated?
From what I remember, I think so.
And you stated that it was a double magazine. What do you mean by that?
It's a double feed. It's just a type of magazine. So I think both the rounds kind of appear at the top of the magazine, kind of like this.
Does that increase the capacity that can be fed into that magazine? To the firearm?
No, only one round could go in at a time. I just believe it increases the capacity of the magazine so you can hold more rounds.
Do you know about how much, how many live rounds can be held in a magazine?
No.
Is it normal for a rifle of this type or any type to have a double magazine, as you described?
A double feed
A
magazine?
double feed, excuse me.
It's not abnormal. It's not abnormal.
Earlier, you stated that the firearm was the assault style rifle was found on the back seat. Was it on a particular side of the vehicle?
I believe it was on the passenger side of the car.
And is that the side that Mr. Quindary Zachary was located?
From what I remember, yes.
Did you ever conduct a complete search of the vehicle after observing the modified firearm?
Honestly, don't remember.
Earlier, you stated that there was marijuana found inside the vehicle. Do you recall saying that?
Yes,
Do you recall where it was located inside the vehicle?
I do not remember.
Do you think you may have included that in your report?
I can check. I'm not sure.
Okay, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
All right, you may answer the question.
There was marijuana found inside the vehicle on the driver's seat side.
And did Mr. Zachary also take claim possession of that?
Sustained.
What, if anything, was done with the marijuana after it was located?
I believe it was turned into property as evidence.
What about the firearm?
I believe that the firearm was also submitted to the Atlanta City Property Annex as evidence.
How much marijuana was found?
I believe it was 0.3 grams of marijuana.
Did you charge Mr. Zachary with marijuana?
From what I remember, yes.
Earlier, you stated that you got the identity of the female passenger. Does the name Summer Good ring a bell for you?
To be honest, not really, no.
Just a few more questions for you. Were any photos taken of this particular crime scene?
Not that I remember.
And was there any reason in your mind at that time to notify the gang unit?
Not that I remember. No, not that I remember.
Right. Do you know if the gang unit ever got the file for this particular arrest?
I do not know.
Did Lieutenant Detective Gaither get your file from this case, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you know Quindarius Zachary before this arrest took place on this particular day?
Not to my recollection.
Did you know Summer Good?
No.
Do you know if there was a relationship between Quindarius Zachary and Summer?
No.
Do you remember what Quindarius Zachary looked like at that time?
No, I don't.
Was he tall or short?
I honestly don't remember.
Would you remember his face if you were to see him again?
Possibly.
Would you recognize the firearm that was seized that evening if you were to see it again?
Possibly, maybe. It was a long time ago.
What do, with respect to the incident number associated with this case, do you know what that incident number is?
Off the top of my head?
Yes,
Don't know
what
the
is the
case.
incident number associated?
You want me to read it off of the?
After you refresh your recollection?
Sure. Okay.
Okay, what is it?
151270278.
Are you familiar with the Julian date?
In terms of what exactly?
Incident numbers.
127. Yeah, it's the middle number.
How are the police incident numbers structured?
So the first two numbers of the year. The middle three numbers are the day of the year. And the last four numbers are the report or the incident number itself.
And
From that day, sorry about
okay,
that.
go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
The last four numbers are the incident number from that day, from that 24-hour period.
So the last four pertain to the amount of calls that come in. Is that fair? to say?
Correct, yeah.
Do officers typically supplement reports if new information comes about at a later time?
Yes.
All right. Just a brief indulgence, Your Honor. Are you aware if Detective Lakia Gaither did any additional supplements to your report from this incident?
I would not have been made aware.
Is it typical for the officer to be made aware that supplements have been made to a report they may have made for a separate incident?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And if there was, if there were a supplement made to a report by another officer, say you in this instance, would that supplement reflect the same incident number as the one that you received for the arrest that you made?
There would be there might be
Let me rephrase the question.
Go ahead.
If a supplement was made to a report by another officer to a report that you made, would that supplemental report contain the same digits as yours?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Would there be an extension of digits to that report to indicate it as a supplement?
Typically, yes.
Just a brief moment, Your Honor. I am now going to approach the witness with, but first show it to the defense. A copy of State's Exhibit 2000, Julian. Juliet. Now approaching the witness. Now approaching you with what has been identified as State's Exhibit 2000 Juliet. When you had a chance to look at that exhibit and pass over it with your eyes a good little while, look back up at me and I'll ask you a few more questions. Do you recognize what is depicted in State's Exhibit 2000 Juliet?
No.
All right. I am now going to approach the witness with State's Exhibits 2001 Juliet and 2002 Juliet. And when you've had a moment to look at State's 2001 Juliet and State's Exhibit 2002 Juliet, please look back up at me and I'll ask you a few additional questions. Excuse me. In State's Exhibits 2001 and 2002 Juliet, do those look like the firearm that you recovered on the day that you arrested Mr. Quindary Zach?
Possibly.
All right. And do those images reflect the specifications that you said that firearm had at that time.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And at this time, does it appear that any changes have been made to those firearms from the time that you recovered it from the backseat of the vehicle that you approached on that day?
No.
Right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit State's Exhibit 2001 and 2002 into evidence. 2001, 2002, Juliet into evidence at this time.
All right, those are admitted without objection.
Okay. Right. Officer Baker, did that thereabout conclude your involvement with this particular case?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, state has no further questions.
All right, do any defense counsel have questions? All right.
Officer Baker, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell, okay? All right. As I understand it, you approached a car and there were two occupants of that car.
Yes.
A woman who we know her name is Summer is in the driver's seat. And then Quindaria Zachary eventually opened the passenger door and was in the passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You were called about a firearm, correct?
Correct.
You were looking for a firearm,
Correct.
okay? You see a firearm in the back seat. You ask Quindaria Zachary if it's his firearm.
Correct.
He initially denies it.
Correct.
He lied.
Correct.
And eventually he says, that is my firearm. He claimed the firearm.
Correct.
Okay. Quindaria Zachary is not in this courtroom today, is he?
Honestly, I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Okay. This firearm was a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm, correct?
I believe so.
If you need to, I believe so. I want a certain answer. So
Right.
if you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, I'd ask you to do so.
Sure. No, it's the same as the report. Yeah. So
Okay.
the reason I responded that way is just because it was so long ago. So and we didn't have body cameras. So I'm going off of pure memory from what I can
Okay,
remember.
but assuming your report is correct,
Correct.
it would be a Bushmaster carbon 15 .223 caliber firearm.
Correct.
Okay. And the serial number of that firearm is D03525, correct?
I do not know. It may be in the report. Can I check?
Yes. If is that reflected in your report?
I'm not sure if it's here. I don't have it up here anymore.
Have you refreshed your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury the serial number of that firearm?
It would be D as in David 03525.
Now, you eventually seized this firearm from Quindaria Zachary, correct?
Correct.
And do you know are you a ballistics expert?
No.
Okay. Do you know what NIBIN is?
I'm aware of of the HCS.
Okay, and that's a database that can compare a gun to shell casings on other shooting scenes or other crime
Correct.
scenes, correct?
Mhm.
All right. Do you have anything to do with running the guns you seize through NIBIN?
No,
Okay, do you have anything to do with testing the guns that you seize as an officer for ballistics?
no.
Okay. This gun that you collected off of Quindarius Zachary, what did you do with that gun?
It was turned into the Atlanta Public Safety Annex as evidence.
And all of this happened on May 7th of 2015, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, any other defense questions?
On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
All right. You bet, nope, okay. All right, is there any redirect for this witness? Go ahead.
You were asked a couple of questions on the cross by Mr. Sharp. I just want to ask some follow-up about. You were asked if you are a ballistics expert. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does not being a ballistics expert prevent you, or did it prevent you from being able to identify that firearm as an illegally modified assault rifle?
No.
Did you run any searches on that firearm using the serial number that you identified?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you have what results, if any, did you have with that search?
I don't believe it came back as stolen or anything like that.
I'm approaching you with what has been pre-marked, the State's Exhibit 2003, Juliet. I want you to answer this discrete question. Do you recognize what this is without saying what it is?
Yes.
All right. What is this?
This is a City of Atlanta Police Department arrest citation.
And what investigator issued it? Who?
Any response?
Your Honor, I would say this is not hearsay, given the fact that it is part of the course of the investigation as it relates to law enforcement's overall duty. And I don't want to say too much out of state, Judge.
Okay, well, sustained, unless it's his report. Or his arrest citation.
I will ask a follow-up question. Does this particular exhibit bear your APD incident number for the arrest that you made?
Your Honor, that's hearsay as well.
That's not, Your Honor, that's not hearsay. That's a number. That's not a statement.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Can I compare the number to the report number? Okay.
All right. Does it bear the same number as the incident report number for your particular arrest?
Yes, it does.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I have no further questions.
All right, any recross? Okay, thank you for your time. You may step down, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Supervisor Leduke to stand.
Remember, you're supposed to have them standing there waiting, ready to go. Really kind of serious about that.
Yes, Your Honor. He was in the well right there. Come on up to the.
Raise your right hand. You swear firm testimony you ever make the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Yes, sir. Thank you. first and last name for the correspondence to the next.
Yes, sir. My name is Christopher Traugott. That's CHRISTOPHER TRAUGOTT. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you tell the jury where you currently work?
I am currently working for the Cobb County Police Department as a crime scene supervisor.
How long have you been crime scene supervisor for Cobb County Police Department?
I just celebrated my 1 year with being with the county.
And before working in Cobb County, where did you work?
I worked for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
And what all did you do when you left, or what were you doing when you left the Atlanta Police Department?
When I left the Atlanta Police Department, I was a supervisor for the crime scene unit there.
How long were you a supervisor of the crime scene unit at APD?
I want to say 7 years.
And before that, were you a crime scene technician?
Yes, sir.
When did you first start working as a crime scene technician for the Atlanta Police Department?
I started working as a crime scene technician in January of 2013.
And when were you hired by APD?
I was hired by APD the previous year as a police recruit, but it didn't. Being a police officer didn't really work for me, so I went over to crime scene.
Can you briefly describe what your current duties entail with Cobb County?
My current duties entail managing the crime scene unit for the county. The police department manages all major calls like homicides, rapes, robberies of that nature, crimes against persons.
Do you still respond on scene to cases?
Yes, I am still active in responding.
Now, I wanted to turn your attention to January 13th of 2015. Did you have an opportunity to respond to an 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, sir.
Now, on that date, how can you kind of orient the jury? How far into your time as a crime scene technician were you?
I would have been 2 years into being a crime scene technician on that date.
What did you respond to? Why were you called to that scene?
So I was initially called to that scene called in as a shots fired call. And what that means is a firearm has been discharged, but no one has been hit or otherwise injured.
Do you recall around what time you arrived?
It was early in the morning. I'd have to reference my report to give you an exact arrival time.
Would referencing your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
Your Honor. I'm asking to approach the witness with his report.
Okay.
Once your memory is refreshed, before you answer, just let me know.
All right.
And I'll leave that up there in case we need it. But what time did you respond?
I got the call at 8:02 in the morning. It would have been right when I arrived at work, and I arrived there at 9:40 a.m.
Were you day shift back in that time frame?
That is correct. On that day, I was working the day shift.
And when you got there, was this a house, an apartment, a business? What was 878 Oakland Drive?
This was a residential home.
What did you see when you first arrived?
When I first arrived, I met with the officer on scene. I believe it was Officer Campbell who was on the scene. And I just saw a house. It wasn't until I stopped to inspect the scene that I saw anything else. But initially arriving on the scene, I saw a house with green trash cans in front of it.
Now, Your Honor, I am approaching the witness with what's been marked as 1 Delta 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 through 31 Delta Delta Delta. If any defense counsel wants to see.
or in future, and to the extent possible, review the evidence beforehand.
The problem, Your Honor, is that what's being shared doesn't have exhibit numbers, so there's no way to cross-reference, for us to cross-reference.
All right, maybe I'll get together 10 minutes before we start and just say, here's my evidence for the day. Okay, I've seen it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Handing the witness 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta. And before you came in to testify, did you have the opportunity to review 1 through 31, Delta, 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 those copies before you?
Yes, sir. I have a chance to review these photos.
And what are those?
These are photographs from the crime scene that I took.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of the crime scene photos from January 13th, 2015?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence states exhibits 1 through 31, Delta, Delta, Delta.
All right, admitted without objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing states exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, you had mentioned when you got there was that house with the green trash cans. Is that what's depicted in 1, Delta, Delta, Delta?
Yes, sir.
And that's the 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes, I believe there should be a photo with the address in here as well.
Publishing 2, Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the roadway that the street and the surrounding area from where you responded to?
Yes, it is.
And I wanted to ask you, what was the Atlanta Police Department case number associated with this crime scene you responded to?
It would have been early in the year, so it would have been 15013, and the last 4 numbers would have been.
Do you need to refresh your report?
Yes, would have been 0459.
0459?
Yes.
So in total, can you say that one time?
150130459.
Thank you. Publishing 3, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
So the previous photo we saw was of the roadway, and this is another photograph of that same roadway where I have marked using yellow evidence markers all of the points of evidence. In this case, I believe was shell casings.
So what do each of those placards represent?
Each of those placards would represent the location of a shell casing.
How many shell casings were on scene of this crime scene that you processed?
I believe there were 66 shell casings that I recovered.
And at the time that you, in your career, turning back to January 13th, 2015, was that number of shell casings low, average, or high for you as a crime scene technician at that time?
At this point in my career, this was the most number of shell casings I collected at a single scene.
And are the shell casings on this scene, are they concentrated or not concentrated at a specific area or location?
As you can clearly see, it looks to be 2 concentrations. One, is this a touch screen? Can I highlight?
It's unfortunately not a.
Oh, okay. Can you see the
I don't
mouse?
have like a laser pointer or anything yet.
Okay, as you can see, there's a concentration, looks like it's in front of the green trash cans, and there's another concentration over here, further up to closer to where I'm standing from taking this photograph.
And is there any shell casings do any of the placards represent more than 1 shell casing?
Yes, to my recollection, placard 21 has 2 shell casings. I placarded them together because they were physically touching.
They were that close to one another?
Yes.
Publishing 4, Delta, Delta, Delta. Now, what is depicted in 4, Delta, Delta, Delta?
That is placard number 1, which is representing a shell casing. In this case, it is a rifle shell casing. Rifle shell casing, man.
And your placards went from 1 to 65?
That is correct.
Publishing states exhibits 5, Delta, Delta, Delta. Can you describe for the jury, 1, what's depicted in 5, Delta, Delta, Delta?
This is what is known as a mid-range photograph. What this is not an overall photograph. It's closer. It's depicting evidence, but it's also depicting the evidence in relationship to where everything else is around it. So we're not seeing close-ups of individual evidence. We're seeing the evidence as they are in relationship to each other.
How many crime scene photographs did you take overall of the scene?
I'll have to reference my report.
You may.
286.
And do you take individual photographs of each placard?
Correct.
And did you, I'm going to publish 6 Delta, Delta, Delta. Is this the next mid-range photograph that you were just describing?
Yes, sir.
And is this from placards 7 through 18?
Yes, they are.
All of which are shell casings?
Yes, sir.
Publishing 7 Delta, Delta, Delta? Is this another mid-range photograph?
Yes, sir.
And all of these thus far, what part of the location have they been in?
They've all been in the street, in front of the house.
Publishing States Exhibit 8 Delta, Delta, Delta? Can you describe for the jury where these shell casings are?
This would be the driveway.
Publishing 9 Delta, Delta, Delta? Is this another mid-range photograph of additional shell casings?
This is more of an overall photograph, but yes, it is a mid-range in the sense that you're showing the evidence 30 and 31 in relationship to where they are with the rest of the crime scene.
Publishing 10 Delta, Delta, Delta? Can you describe for the jury what we're seeing here?
This is an overall shot of evidence placards that were, like I said, in front of the green trash cans in front of the house. It's just sort of an overall showing the whole layout of the scene.
And with these mid-range photographs, do you go through them in chronological order of the placard numbers?
I attempt to, unless there's some other circumstance in which I can't, but yes.
Publishing 11 Delta, Delta, Delta? Is this another mid-size photograph?
Yes, this is a mid-range photo.
Going up to placard number 52? What's the last placard you see?
The last placard I see clearly is 52, yes.
Publishing States Exhibits 12 Delta, Delta, Delta.
And this is what we call overlapping shots. The top of the last shot is in the bottom of this next shot, so we can overlap the various scenes, so there's no missing sections. So this will go up to 59 then.
Publishing 13 Delta, Delta, Delta.
Objection, Your Honor. Are we going to go over all of these photographs?
I didn't believe so.
Your Honor, there was initially 276 photographs. There's now 1 through 31 Delta, Delta, Delta.
Can I overrule the objection? He's moving very quickly through.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, did you see different type of shell casings on this scene?
Yes, sir.
And were, in general, or what type of shell casings were there, if you know?
Predominantly, there were mostly rifle caliber shell casings. There were several handgun caliber shell casings as well, but the predominant were rifle caliber.
I'm going to publish 14 Delta, Delta, Delta. And I want to also ask you, when you got to the scene, was anyone in that house?
No, not to this. Like I said, this was a shots fired. This is a scene where firearms were discharged, but no one was hurt or injured. And I believe Officer Campbell and Sane told me no one was home at the time of the shooting or the firearm being discharged.
Publishing 16 Delta, Delta, Delta. Excuse me, 15. Now, once you took photographs of the shell casings, what was the next part of the crime scene that you went through?
Documenting damage to the residents and the property.
In crime scene technician speak, what do you classify damage as?
Defects from projectiles is how I would classify it.
And did you see any defects in 878 Oakland Drive?
Yes.
Now, Can you identify for the jury any defects you see in 15 Delta Delta Delta?
If you, can I stand up?
You may, you may.
It is, you know what, here's a pointer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So much.
And y'all can move if you need to see.
Yeah. So if you look right here, this is a defect in the house inside. This is also a defect in the house on the side. This is, I would have taken close-up shots of the defects, but this is sort of a mid-range overall shot.
Publishing 16, and if you don't mind, remain standing for me. Thank you. 16 Delta Delta Delta, can you show the jury if you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, if you look right here, I don't know how well you can see it, but there is clearly a defect right here in this window. There's clearly a defect right here by the side of the door. There's another defect up in this window, and right here, you see one right here that went through the window pane. Those are the ones I see in this shot.
Publishing 17 Delta Delta, oh.
I saw one more, it's just as I was right here as well.
And are these going, is there any order to when you are photographing, say, the outside of a home? Are you going left to right, right to left?
In this case, I would have been going left to right. You know, if I'm facing, I take my photos the same way you would read a book. So from your perspective, it's going left to right.
Publishing 17 Delta Delta Delta, is there any defects in this photograph?
Yep, so there's the defect here in this window, defect here in this window, defects up here and here and here above the window, defects here, here between these two shutters. And you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 defects in this window right here from this.
Publishing 18 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been an overall shot where I've now gone to the entire other side of the house. As you can see, we're seeing defects all along here. I believe there's even some right here in the gutter. And one right here in the edge of the window frame right here.
Publishing 19 Delta Delta Delta.
This is that same window that I was just pointing out where you can see the one in the window frame. Here's the 1, 2, 3. Here's the 2 between the shutters that you saw previously. This will be more of the mid-range shot that I was talking about earlier on, taking closer and closer photos of the defects.
Publishing 20 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects you see in this photograph?
Yes. As you can see, there's starting right here underneath the window. We're going down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13. Now these might not be defects. These might just be construction, boxes, because this is where the utility line is. So they may have taken something on and off the box here, but these over here are the defects. You can tell by the irregular shaping pattern.
Publishing 21 Delta Delta Delta. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, sir. Two very clear ones right here.
Publishing 22 Delta Delta Delta.
This is over near the door. You can see very clearly the defect right there, as well as the defects that were over here that were part of this first window.
Now, once you take photographs of the outside of the home, do you proceed to go inside and take photographs?
I believe in this case, we did go inside to take photographs. It's not always the case if we don't have access to the home for whatever reason, but I think in this case, we did have access to the home.
Publishing 23 Delta Delta Delta.
So this would have had a close overall shot, but this would have been damaged to the television screen inside the house.
And just to orient the jury, is this television screen, where is that in general in relation to the front of the house?
I believe if you are, let's do this from your perspective. If you are walking in the door, I believe the television screen would have been right here, perpendicular. I remember.
Publishing 24 Delta Delta Delta. Do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes, as you can see, this wall would have been perpendicular to the shots, so the defects would have become more elongated as they hit it at a steeper angle. So over here, you can see where the defects have started hitting the wall more straight on as a 90-degree angle. You can also see the damage to the clock face here with defects where rounds were hitting.
Publishing 25 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been where it went through this door frame right here and come out and left a large exit in this hole right here.
Publishing 26 Delta Delta Delta, if you see any defects.
This is that elongated round that I was telling you about. When a bullet hits something, 90-degree angle leaves a very round hole. When it hits it at a much steeper angle, it leaves a much more elongated pattern of defects.
Publishing 27 Delta Delta Delta.
This would have been the window that is on the front of the house, and we are seeing it from the interior side.
Publishing 28 Delta Delta Delta. Is there any defects that you see?
Yes, sir. Right here in the fridge, you can see where the rounds have come through the wall and they've hit the refrigerator right here and right here.
Publishing 29 Delta Delta Delta.
As you can see, the stove glass has been shattered, leaving all of the damage here.
Is that leaving?
Leaving all of this glass damage here.
Publishing 30 Delta Delta Delta.
These would have been more defects. 1, 2, 3, 4.
And publishing 31 Delta Delta Delta.
This is just pieces of wall and other things that have been blown out after the bullets have been hit. So usually this is the debris that comes from a round coming through an object and leaving bullets.
Now, after you, thank you, you may take a seat.
Yeah. Your Honor. Sure.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, may we keep that pointer?
Oh.
I'll keep it and then y'all made it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. After you walked through and documented the shell casings, the outside of the home and the inside, what did you do anything with anything physically present on that scene?
The only thing I would have done on the scene after all of my documentation would be to collect the shell casings on the scene and take them with me back to the lab.
What is your process in general for collecting shell casings?
Shell casings are packaged individually, usually in small coin envelopes. They're about that big. They are written, the marker number and the time they are collected on the outside of the envelope, as well as any pertinent case information. Then they are all packaged together into a larger bag and sent. When I get back to the office, I will send them usually to the crime lab.
So you transport them from the scene back to somewhere in Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, it would have been the public safety annex.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir.
And then after you transport the evidence, what do you do with the photographs that you took?
The photographs are I'm not sure if this is how it is because I've been with Atlanta for a while. But at the time, you would burn your photographs onto CD discs, place them into an envelope, and then send them to our photo lab division, who would then verify that your photo descriptions match the photographs that you have on the CD discs.
And after you finish processing the scene, do you capture what steps you took in any kind of documentation?
My report.
After you finish your report for this January 13, 2015 crime scene, did you have any other involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Would the crime scene report have the same incident number as the Atlanta Police Department case number?
It should.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, no questions.
Not on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
All right. Anybody else? And Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. Do y'all need a bathroom break? Are we gonna? All right, let's take a quick restroom break. Have your next witness ready.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Well. Hey, it seems like I ain't gonna lie, I've been on the road this morning. The judge ain't playing with them. They been on the road. One thing that caught my mind, y'all was laying down, but shout out to FDB for the super sticker. Chat, my bad. I'm trying to remember which one it is. You always come through. Appreciate it. Hold on, what they talking about now? Good morning, Blue. Good morning, everybody. I told you I got a slight headache. So I have been laying down, and y'all know I be eating my ices. So I had to get up and come in the office to get on here and talk to y'all. So one thing I noticed, y'all realize when other DAs be doing a witness, Love always be wanting to decide, wanting to whisper in their ears, pass some notes. But when it's time for her ass to get up there and to talk, she don't never know what to say. But when it's not her at the time, she know everything to say. That lady irritates my soul. So earlier, I thought what I heard from the clip or what I saw on Twitter yesterday was that the Baker police was supposed to be who arrested Zachary recently, but it wasn't. It was before. So clarify that. Mickey True do the Diddy story. I'm gonna tell y'all this. I was just talking to Music about that. Ever since last year, was that last year? Last year, when the Diddy stuff first started coming out, y'all don't never click on it. Like I have dropped 3 videos that's on membership now because y'all do not click on it. I will not waste time doing content, okay, that y'all not clicking on. And Diddy case is gonna be so much paperwork to go over. I'm not. It's just I guess y'all don't want to hear me talk about Diddy. That's why y'all don't click on it. That shit don't do nothing. I don't know what kind of business y'all think I'm running. But them days of just doing shit just to do shit is over. I'm not doing no story that's not about to do anything. Y'all don't even, that's too much to be going over. Just for it to just be sitting there with me and 2 other people. No. Y'all starting to get on my nerves every day. Why do y'all mention this man every day? Like, what is it to talk about? Like, what the fuck? What do y'all want? Like, y'all, like every day for this week, somebody has came over and mentioned FBI Butler. Like, what the fuck do y'all want me to say about his case? Like, what do y'all want me to say? I have, and I actually, cause y'all know, see, you about to get blocked just for that, yeah, because obviously you playing. Hold on, I almost blocked the wrong person. You out of here. Don't play with me like that. Because one thing I don't do is fuck with that dude. Like, yeah. Now one thing about it, y'all know when it comes to FBI Butter, I don't fuck with dude. I'm not about to see him play y'all internet games with that shit. So y'all come over here trying to troll and y'all has to be out here with the quickness. I don't fuck with that dude for content or in real life, okay? And like I was saying, it's nothing to say about his case. I did react to the video at least. But yeah, y'all got me fucked up. Y'all think I'm about to talk about a man every day. He in jail. I hope he stays in fucking jail. Hope the feds get his ass so he can do at least 5 years. That's what you need to know, okay? I hope he don't get no bond when he go back to court. Hope his ass sitting there. The same damn feelings I had before he caught this case is my same feelings now. All right, but back to the Diddy thing. Yeah, like even music was saying that shit ain't popping for him either. Like it's just not what it is. I don't know. Like everybody's talking about it for sure. He is a hot topic, but as far as the truth saying, I guess y'all don't want to hear that shit. Like, and this, like yesterday, I dropped one 2 days ago. I think last week sometime. Y'all don't be clicking on it. Y'all don't. Diddy is not in my algorithm at all. So yeah, won't be no Diddy conversation unless something drastic happens. Because I even wanted to go sit in the court because it's a federal case, but hell, I ain't about to invest money to go in New York to sit in on damn court. I'm not gonna get my get back on it because y'all not even clicking on it. So yeah, I won't be covering Diddy. Cause hell, y'all don't want to hear about it as far as on this channel. So that's just that. When people were whispering what Diddy was doing, nobody cared then, so why care now? Listen. It's like I feel like a certain like area of viewers really care about the Diddy situation. I'm gonna be honest, and I just don't think my viewers really is in. Like maybe some of y'all may be in it, but not the mass. And I have my content is more driven towards like actual like the younger rappers, I guess, the more like trap drill rappers. So maybe that's why the Diddy content isn't working. But for the past year, Diddy content has not done nothing for my channel. So that's why I really don't even drill on it. You have the bigger bloggers like academics and stuff that's like tearing Diddy ass up. I don't know if that's why, but yeah, that shit hasn't done nothing. Nothing. I think the only time it did a little something was when we did the live, the original time the first set of paperwork came out. Other than that, it hasn't done anything for me. Now, of course, y'all want to talk about it while we on live or something, sure, we can talk about it. But as far as me actually putting videos together for this shit, I'm not doing that no more. Because I was tired as hell yesterday and put the video together and it did nothing. Like I told y'all, I said it last year. This year, my business model is to regroup all of what I took L's on financially and for the past couple years. So yeah, I'm not doing no wasteful spending and or doing stuff that's not gonna give me a return. And unfortunately, the Diddy shit just not giving me a return. Yep, that's basically what it is. Blah blah blah. Rest in peace, rich homie Quan, man. Okay, and I will say this. They ain't gonna like publicize it though, but of all the things that's going on, guess what? Nothing took place negatively at the funeral, at the burial, or at the after party. So everybody came together and did their thing. Let me see. Love saying yes, they should never who she cut. Why did the I'm looking on Twitter, y'all. What y'all was talking about? What about Rich? Who is Rich? What about Rich? What you mean? Who is Rich? What you talking about? For those who just joining, they on a little brief break. They should be coming back soon. My plan is to watch the full day because I haven't been able to watch the full day of court none this week. Hell, even in the last week, I be falling behind. I be having to catch up late at night or early in the morning. So my plan is to watch the full day worth. No, that's great. I wonder, but do you think his girlfriend brother? No, what the fuck? Where y'all getting that? Like, why do y'all? I've been seeing YouTube videos with that. That's crazy as hell. Why do y'all think they had something to do with him passing? Like, he had no trauma to his body, no nothing. Like, it was again unofficially, right? It was fucking overdose or bad drugs, however you want to word it. Like, why somebody got like off him? Like, why y'all go with them narratives? Like, I don't be understanding that, but no, I don't think that. Yeah, no, I don't think that. Like, he had spoken, and this is the thing now, and this is again, I don't be with the conspiracies, but just in how my mind thinks. If it's a person that has never been known to do no types of drugs, no types of nothing, and all of a sudden they die from an overdose or something, that's one thing. But Rich Homie Quan was open, honest about his issues with drugs. He was open and honest about his mental state, his coping mechanism. So it's not like, come on, like, no. Like, that's wild to me. I just don't understand. And then I saw somebody was like, well, he said he didn't do drugs no more. Yeah, but we don't know what the hell people doing in their spare time. Like, he's not gonna come on here every time like, y'all know what? I actually slipped up last week and did some drugs. No, like, come on. It happened. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing to change it. Right, Blue. Definitely let Rich Homie Quan rest in peace. Let his family like grieve. Y'all be coming up with the craziest shit. Like, what the hell? Now, don't get it twisted now. I ain't gonna be a hypocrite and act like the scenario wasn't crazy. You know what I'm saying? About how it unfolded. But again, we don't know their life to know if that's something that normally happens. When you deal with a person that has a particular like thing that they do or whatever, it may have been normal to him to get fucked up to the point he passed out. That's why they put him on the couch. So I mean, it's shit like that we just don't know. But to say like they did, I know. His dad said he was salty that he didn't stand up no more. What? And I don't fuck with no spirit boxes either, so I ain't the content creator to even have that conversation with, because I don't do spirit boxes. So to each his own on that. Let that man rest in peace, man. Like, and then the thing with the spirit box stuff though, like the timing of it, it's like no matter, like, these people can be done passed away, they gonna have a spirit box video out within 24 hours. Like, the body ain't even all the way down officially, like, finish its process, and they got spirit box videos out. But to each his own. I know a lot of people definitely, believe in that, and that's cool. And y'all know I try my best not to knock nobody for what they feed into. But again, I just don't go down that road with that. No, that he didn't stop him from doing the drugs. I mean, how can he? Rich Homie Quan was a grown man. Like, he's a grown man. Anybody, you can't stop somebody from doing drugs. Hell, even parents with teenagers that's doing drugs, all they're gonna do is, hide it, stuff like that. Like, at the end of the day, Rich Homie Quan was a grown man. Life was life, and just like with the rest of us, his choices, from what we know, was his coping skills was to numb whatever he was going through with drugs. Unfortunately, the drugs got the upper hand on him, and that's just that. I mean, like, it is what it is. Everybody got their own shit that they do when they going through stuff in life. Some people shop too much, spend too much money, knowing they ain't got it, but that's how they cope with when they going through stressors in life. Some people overeat when they go through stuff in life. Some people don't eat. They starve themselves when they're going through stresses in life. Some people do drugs. Some people drink alcohol. You know what I'm saying? So again, it's just like, it is what it is. He was, but I think he did them around him, and I'm assuming it was excessive. I mean, again, like at the end of the day, what, like, this is like, I don't know. All I'm saying in my own personal, opinion, from my own personal experience with people, like, people gonna do what they want to do. Some people can pop, hell, Kodak Black said he used to pop 100 perks and whatever. Another person can pop 2 and fucking take them out. Like, so I just feel like shit, it was just his time. Unfortunately, it was just his time, I mean, I don't know if it was a bad pill or nothing like that, or if it was just too much for his body at the time. I don't know. The official stuff hasn't came out yet. But as far as just him doing drugs, like, hey, if that's what he chose to do, he choose to do. We all do some shit that probably ain't, is frowned upon by somebody else, and they probably wouldn't do it. So yeah, we probably say, hell no, what the fuck is you taking perks for? But you do it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, when I first was doing blogging, everybody was like, oh, don't do the blogging, stay away from the drill stuff, stay away from that. And I was like, I live my life the way I want to live. If I want to talk about drill rap, let me talk about it. So it's the same thing. We all do something that is high risk to somebody else. So that's just was that. She said I used to do 20 a day, but I'm clean now, so it's possible. Salute to you for being clean. Yeah, it's just like, it's, it done been people I done heard die from trying to come off of it. Like, it wasn't actually them taking the drugs that killed them. It was them trying to get off of it. The withdrawal of it killed them. And I think that's kind of what happened to the Enchanting rapper. But, it's different things like that. That's why I call it Black slow. He ain't slow, to be honest. Like, he ain't. That's just how I feel. But hey, they back. Y'all make sure y'all share the live, hit the like button.
News developments.
Judge, just for the record, they wanted yesterday to go ahead and meet with my client in the office. I went over there, they went over there, and they listened to what the doctor had to say. He has pneumonia, he won't be released maybe until the 19th. I spoke with him, the DA and the investigator left. I spoke with him. He takes 2 oxygen, 10 milligrams each every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay.
And he has to take that. He's in a situation that he gets put under a stressful situation, he'll have a crash. It'll be a crisis situation, he'll be back over there. I spoke to him with State of My Place. He said he made a statement 10 years ago. He said, I don't remember what happened yesterday sometimes. So he's in a bad situation. They have a statement. If they want to get the statement in, that's fine. But he's not going to take the stand respectfully.
Well, he is if I tell him to.
No, I understand that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is he's not going to take the stand and have a clear head. He has to take this medication. And the doctor even made a comment when I asked him, about his mental ability to understand what's going on if he's taking this medication. He said, no, he would have problems. So I would ask you allow me to prepare an order, allow him to go home. His grandmother died yesterday or day before. He wants to go to the funeral. We will give you, he can wear a GPS monitor. He is not going anywhere. He's extremely sick.
Ms. Love.
Reasons that are apparent. We had someone there, and I was appreciative of Mr. Scheib going with us. But what the doctors said is that that medication would not affect his ability to recall, to think clearly. And in fact, he could have been released as early as today. And they said that they would keep him no later than the 19th. The touch of pneumonia is not what is keeping him. It is his reported pain level that he has given them that they are keeping him to monitor. So based on the information that we have, And Your Honor, is this something that the court wants filmed?
Doesn't matter to me. Go ahead.
Okay. Based on the information that we have, I don't believe that a conversation regarding where he goes from the hospital beyond here is necessary, because once he is released, we would like him to be brought right here to put up his testimony before there is anything else that interferes with his appearance and compliance with the subpoena he's been served.
All right.
Just one more thing. I asked the district attorney yesterday, she gave me a copy of the material witness warrant. She said she would.
And I
We
will.
go ahead and allowed us to speak to the doctor with the DA. I asked her for that this morning. She doesn't have it. So I think I'm entitled to that because I think there's some problems with it, but the only way I could address it is through you, because she's not giving it to me. She said she would.
And Your Honor, I don't mind providing a copy of that to Mr. Shive. The issue, and that's a wholly separate issue from the matter of what's going on right now. And I believe that part of what is happening is related to what Mr. Shive and I conversed about 2 days ago that I will not broadcast to the world. But I believe that we need to handle his client's compliance with this subpoena and his appearance in court. And we'll give him whatever he needs. He hasn't told me what he believes is a problem with it.
Well, I guess he hadn't seen it yet. Ms. Percival, we have a copy, don't we? We can give you a copy right now.
Judge, what I'm asking is just release him, let him go back.
I understand that's what you're asking, but I'm not going to do that. I already have given the okay that as long as, and it sounds like the doctors aren't saying that he's not able to testify. So if he's going to come from the hospital upon release to here to testify, that may be the best way to handle it. And then he'll be finished and then he can.
That's fine, just as long as the court understands, if he's made to come here and put in a crisis situation, he could die. I mean, his situation is bad. And I understand.
All right. Well, I understand that that's what he is representing to you, but he also might potentially have reasons to want to make it seem as dire as possible. And I would think that we'd be able to trust the doctors with regard to, did Ms. Love, and maybe this is something to approach about, but do you have, I understand that you said that the doctors said the medications he's taking shouldn't have any impact on his ability to think clearly or recall. Did y'all at all discuss anything about, is he in some kind of a condition where any amount of stress is gonna make him fall out and die?
Well, yes,
I'm asking Ms. Lev, hang on just a second.
Actually, our investigator and another chief ADA went down there, and the indication that he gave was that it would not harm him, because I believe that Mr. Shive broached the question of the impact it could have on him. And the
Okay.
doctor indicated that it would not have an adverse impact on him. But to be certain, I would rather that particular ADA or the investigator that overheard that conversation relay it more accurately as we can. But that is my understanding of what they
All right,
said.
and we can certainly have medical, people on standby.
Okay, well, I was there and listened to the doctor. That's wrong what you're saying. He said it would have an impact. He takes 2 oxycontin. He said it would have an impact on him. Have an impact on anybody, but that's fine.
All right, why don't we, before the lunch break, hear from
That's,
whomever that was
that's
the other
fine.
party to that? If you want to come get a copy of the material witness warrant,
Judge could also,
do you want a copy of the affidavit as well?
if he's brought over here, I can't stay at the hospital. I can't stay here 24/7, but if he's brought over here, will I be notified? So
I
I can be with
would
him?
certainly expect that you would be notified as soon as the state knows anything about it.
The state's gonna notify me?
Yeah, we would not, yes, we would not have him. I'm not going to deal with him, Zachary, without Mr. Scheid.
So yes, that's a yes, right?
That is a yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. Okay, you have your next witness ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else before we?
Your Honor, could this honorable court also share with us, or Ms. Percival, with the court's consent, the material witness warrant and the affidavit in support thereof? I don't find any reason we should not be served with that.
That's fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She'll email it to everybody. Beyond that, we ready for the jury? Yes, okay.
What'd you say?
Basically, Love said he can die after he testifies. That's
If they
basically
did
what she's
before
saying.
lunch?
She,
Yeah, just when we break for lunch, that'll be great. Morning.
I'll just tell him that.
that's what they be doing, cutting that damn mic on and talking and acting like it can pick up what they saying. Have y'all keep the damn mic off, they won't hear what you're saying. Good morning, Jeff.
Thank you so much.
Your Honor, state calls Lieutenant A. Leduc to the stand. Lieutenant A. Leduc, Leduc, to the stand.
I do. First name is Allison, Allison. Last name Leduc, Leduc.
And are you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes,
And how long have you been with the Atlanta Police Department?
about 13 years.
And what is your current rank?
Lieutenant,
What unit do you serve as lieutenant over?
open records unit,
And how long have you been a lieutenant with the open records unit?
since May, so a couple months, 4 months.
Okay. If you can briefly tell the jury about your service with the Atlanta Police Department.
Yes, when I came out of the academy, I was an officer and I worked in Zone 3, which is southeast, a little bit of southwest Atlanta. I was on the street for about 4 years. I then worked in the burglary unit in Zone 3 in the same area. After that, I made investigator, worked in Zone 3, and then I moved to Special Victims Unit, worked there for about a year and a half, made sergeant, worked in Zone 2, which is the Buckhead area. While I was a sergeant, I also went back to Special Victims Unit for about 2 years, and then I made lieutenant December 2022, worked in Zone 2 again, and then I just got moved to Open Records Unit in May of this year.
Now, I want to focus your time as when you worked in the Zone 3 area, first as a patrol officer. As a patrol officer, did some of your job duties include responding to 911 calls?
Yes.
Traffic enforcement?
Yes.
Writing police reports?
Yes.
And doing directed patrols?
Yes.
Is there anything else that you did while you were a patrol officer within Zone 3?
I also worked crime suppression unit as well, which is a proactive unit.
And I know you spent some time in Zone 3. How long were you first a patrol officer in Zone 3?
Until technically I made investigator 2017. So I was an officer up until 2017, but I worked the street until the end of 2015.
And from 2015 to 2017, what did you do?
Burglary and crime suppression unit.
Now, when you were a patrol officer in Zone 3, what shift did you work?
Evening watch.
And what was the evening watch time frame?
2 to 10 or 3 to 11 is the shift hours.
And did you work that shift the entire time you were a patrol officer with Zone 3?
Yes.
As a patrol officer, did you have a specific beat that you worked?
Initially, no, but I was assigned a beat probably about a year and a half. out in the zone. And that was 304's beat, which would be zone 3 for the 3, and 4 is the beat area.
And how long did you work that 304 beat?
Probably about 2 years.
If you can briefly describe for the jury what areas encompassed in that 304 beat.
Yes. So you're looking at the southeast side, old Turner Field area, which is now GSU Stadium, goes down to University Avenue. So that area, Summerhill area, Haygood, Hank Aaron area.
You're on permission to approach? Yeah. And I've given to defense counsel a PowerPoint that includes the next upcoming exhibit, Your Honor. So Leduke, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 86 GG. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 86 GG?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 86 GG?
That was the main area of 304's beat.
Okay. And is that a map containing that area of 304's beat?
Yes.
And does that fairly accurately depict 304 beat and possibly some other beats within Zone 3?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit State's Exhibit 86 GG into evidence as a demonstrative.
All right, that's fine.
Permission to publish. Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, may we borrow that stick again, please? Yeah. And permission for Lieutenant Leduke to step down.
She may.
Lieutenant Leduke, if you could just indicate with the stick that area that you said with the 304 beat when you were working the zone back in 2014, 2015.
Yes. So pretty much all encompassing up to the north side of Atlanta Avenue, down Hill Street, anything to the east side of Hill Street would be zone 6, and part of this area down here would be 305 Street.
And I'm going to ask you about some other streets within the 304 beat. You talked about, I believe, did you say Haygood?
Yes.
Atlanta Avenue, so that would be a part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And Van Ira, that's also part of 304's beat?
Yes.
And then Farrington, that's also part of 304.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. Now, as a patrol officer within 304, or even when you did investigations in 304, were you aware of any gang activity in the 304 beat?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of gang activity in the 304 beat?
Just sharing throughout the department from our gangs investigators. If they ever came to roll calls, they would share information, but also just from interacting with citizens that lived in that area.
Okay. And was there any particular gang that operated in that 304 beat?
Yes, I recall ABG, Atlanta Blood Gang.
Were there any others?
In that area, specifically for 304, that's the only one that I recall occupying that space.
And are you familiar with a location at 12 Atlanta Avenue?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that location?
It's a convenience store.
And was there any known gang activity that would occur around that particular location?
We would respond to criminal trespasses there. There would be a lot of people that would hang out around the store that would be affiliated with that gang.
You said would be affiliated with that gang? Okay. And was that during the duration of your time in Zone 3?
Yes.
Now I want to transition to your time in Zone 3 and responding to a call. As a responding officer to a call, specifically a shooting, what are your responsibilities when you arrive on the scene?
Arriving on scene, you're going to try to make the scene safe for yourself and anybody else that's there. Check for victims, make sure the scene is secure so that way you're preserving any evidence there. And walking through the crime scene, find out what evidence you have there, making sure you speak to any witnesses that are at the location as well.
Okay, and you said something about trying to make the scene safe. What does that mean?
Well, one, making sure there's no longer a threat at the scene, but securing the scene so that way you have your crime scene located in one area where nobody can cross into that area.
And how do you secure a crime scene?
You can set up crime tape, you can position patrol vehicles, have officers set up wherever the tape is or the vehicles are.
And as a patrol officer, do you sometimes serve as a lead investigator, for lack of a better term, when you respond to shootings?
Yes, sir. Primary officer.
And when you become the primary officer on the scene, what are some of your job duties and responsibilities?
Speak to the victims, speak to witnesses. You will be also doing the report as well, directing the person that responds from our ID unit who does our crime scene processing, directing them as to where evidence is, what they need to process on scene.
I want to direct your attention to January 26, 2015. Did you have the occasion to respond to 1007 Hill Street in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes.
And as a part of your preparation, have I asked you to look at what day of the week that was?
Yes.
And what day of the week was that?
Monday.
And when you responded, did you respond to a house, an apartment, or something else?
It was like a townhouse or a duplex. So there was an A and a B unit at that location.
And initially, which duplex letter or number did you respond to?
A.
And let me ask, do you recall it being a letter or a number?
I thought I recalled it being a letter.
Would you have written where you responded to in a police report?
Yes, I would have.
Would looking at a copy of your police report help refresh your memory?
Yeah, I would have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as identification purposes, and this is her police report as States Exhibit 87GG. And once your memory is this, that refreshes your memory, just look up and let me know without reading it.
So I will say apartment 1 in the narrative, A, and the initial address at the top.
Okay. But it was either apartment 1 or apartment A?
Yes.
All right. And again, would that have been in 304's beat?
Yes.
Why did you respond to that location?
That was my beat. So I believe initially a supervisor was in the area and heard shots fired, and then we received multiple calls for shots fired as well as a person shot at the location.
And do you recall about what time you responded to the location?
I believe it was about 9:30 p.m.
And when you arrived, I know you just said that there was a sergeant who heard shots fired. Did other officers respond with you initially?
Yes.
Do you know about how many other officers responded with you?
I don't recall how many.
Once you arrived, tell the jury what you recall happening.
When we arrived to the scene, it was myself and other officers as well as a sergeant. Initially, a male answered the door, let us inside. So we were checking the house. When we went up the stairs, we found a male at the top of the stairs who advised he had been shot to his right calf. And there is a female as well that was located, she advised, in the bedroom upstairs, but closest to the front of the house, that had been shot in the right calf as well. They both advised that they had been laying in bed together. There was also 2 other females, I believe, that were located in a room in the rear upstairs of the house as well. We also located multiple shell casings in the street.
So we're going to go back over some of that just slightly. So when you opened the door, a male answered the door.
Yes.
Do you recall the name of that individual?
Can I check my report?
Yeah, well, looking at a copy of the report, help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes.
A Mr. Marcus Battle.
And without telling me his full date of birth, what year was he born?
89.
And when he opened the door, did he advise where he was in the house at the time of the shooting?
He advised he was located in a rear room at the top of the stairs.
Do you recall sitting here today how many bedrooms were in that home?
I don't recall exactly how many.
Now, once you interact with Mr. Battle, what did you do next?
That was when we made contact with a Mr. Hunter Elston, who was at the top of the stairs.
And without giving me his full date of birth, what year was Mr. Elston born?
63.
And I think you said that you were able to speak with him.
Yes.
All right. And when you first saw him, he was shot.
Yeah, he advised he had been shot to the right calf.
Did you see any injury to him?
I most likely did. I don't recall exactly.
At this moment, do you remember any?
Let me turn it off now.
Go ahead. At it always happens like that.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And let me ask you this, Ms. Leduc, before we finish, what is the incident number for this incident?
It is 150262672.
And again, this was on January 26th
Yes.
of 2015.
Yes.
All right. Once, at this point, do you recall, and when I say at this point today, do you remember anything about his demeanor, Mr. Elston, when you went to that house?
I don't recall.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston, what did you do next?
At that point, I believe we made contact with the female who advised that she had a gunshot wound to her right calf. And that was Miss Frida Reed,
And what was her date of birth?
1965.
And where was Miss Reed when you first made contact with her?
I don't recall exactly where she was when I first made contact with her.
Was she in the bedroom?
I don't recall.
Do you recall putting a report where you first interacted with her?
Not specifically says where I first interacted with her, but they both advised that they had been lying in bed in the front bedroom upstairs.
Now, you also said that you saw two other females in the home.
Yes.
What was their name and then year of birth?
Raven Davis, 1991, and Liberty Bennett, 2013.
So Liberty would have been about 2 years old.
About 2 years old, yeah.
Now, once you spoke with Mr. Elston and did you speak with Raven?
I don't recall speaking to her specifically.
And you saw Miss Bennett inside of the, no, excuse me, Miss Reed inside of the home, correct? Frida Reed.
Yes, when I first made contact with her, would have been inside the home.
Once you spoke with Miss Reed, what, if anything, happens next?
After speaking to her and getting statements, we most likely started processing the crime scene at that point, seeing where there was damages inside of the house, any shell casings, ensuring that they received medical attention as well, checking for any witnesses that might have seen, heard anything that had just occurred.
And you talked about getting medical services. Did Grady arrive on scene?
Yes, Grady and fire responded to the scene.
And was Mr. Elston and Miss Reed transported to the hospital?
Yes, they were.
Now, you also said that you were able to speak with witnesses on the scene.
Yes.
How many witnesses did you speak with?
I spoke with a female who lived across the street from the location.
And what time did you arrive?
About 9:30.
And do you recall in minutes, approximately how long after you may have arrived on scene did you interact with this witness who lived across the street?
I don't recall the exact amount of time it would have taken to actually interact with her, but after speaking with the victims, going through crime scene and actually speaking to her, it could have been about 20, 25 minutes.
Let me ask, would a CAD report contain any information regarding any witnesses that you may have spoken to on the scene?
Possibly.
Possibly. Will looking at a copy of the CAD report from this incident maybe help you refresh your memory as to timing
Yes.
of when you may have spoken to her? You're on permission to approach? I'm going to show you what the marked for identification purposes as 88 GG. Just take a look at that CAD report. It helps refresh your memory as to any information with that witness in there to help ascertain what time you may have spoken to her.
So between about 9:54 and about 10 p.m., I see the names and date of births of the victims and the witness information in here. So that could have been possibly when we were checking their information on the computer in the patrol vehicle at that time. So that would have put a time frame in about speaking to her, getting her information, sitting down in the car would have been about 20 to 30 minutes.
And you arrived at about 9:30.
Right.
Would you have gotten her information to run before or after you spoke to her?
Most likely talking to her, I would have gotten her name, date of birth, asked if she had identification. And then after speaking to her, I typically would have went back to my vehicle and ran her information on the computer.
And approximately what time did you run her information?
From this CAD report, with all their info in like this, it looks like about 10 p.m.
And in speaking with this witness, was she able to provide you any information about that night, about?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
You're right.
Yes.
State's response would be a present sense impression, given that she spoke with her within 20 minutes or so of the
That's-
police arriving on scene.
That's not how I understood the testimony, and I don't believe the foundation has been laid.
She,
Why don't you see if you can lay a foundation for that?
okay, so did you, based on your report, speak with this witness?
Based on my report, yes.
And given that you ran her information at about 10 o'clock, would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock? Would you have spoken to her before 10 o'clock?
Most likely, yes.
Okay. And you arrived on the scene about 9:35?
Yes.
All right. So within 25 minutes, is it fair to say you would have spoken with this witness?
Yes.
Okay. And is that typical that you would speak with the victims first and then go out and canvass the area to speak to witnesses to see if they've observed anything?
Yes.
And would that be the protocol, what you would have done on this day back in January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Today, do you remember what her being the witness, what her body language was or her demeanor was?
I don't recall.
Okay. But was she able to provide you information of what she saw and heard on the nights when you all responded?
Yes, she advised.
Don't tell me yet.
Oh, sorry.
Was she able to provide you information about what she heard and what she saw that night?
Yes.
And was that within 20 minutes of you responding to a shots fired call?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time the state.
There's been conflicting testimony now, and we're leading and saying 20 minutes, and that's not, I don't understand that to be the testimony. And furthermore, the question is that I don't think we've gotten an answer to is, yes, there was an initial interaction, but that doesn't answer the question of when the interview or whatever we want to call it takes place.
Yeah,
So I'd also object on the grounds of confrontation clause.
I believe the testimony is I would have spoken to her prior to 10 o'clock, which is when she put the information in the system, and she arrived at 9:30, approximately 9:30. So between 9:30 and 10 o'clock is roughly 30 minutes, and she would have spoken to her before 10 o'clock.
So again, I don't know why we keep talking about 20 minutes.
She initially said she spoke with her
But
between
let's
20 and.
hear that from the witness.
Okay. About how long do you think you were on scene before you met with or spoke with the witness on the scene?
With giving a timeline of how that incident was and how we would typically speak to victims and how we would typically look at evidence and make sure everybody gets medical attention, I would say on that scene, it could have been about 20 to 25 minutes.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Okay. Was she able to provide you any, without saying what she said, was she able to provide you information regarding the incident?
Yes.
Okay. After you spoke with the witness, what, if anything, did you do next?
After speaking with the witness, then it would have come down to processing the crime scene at that point and locating damages or directing ID whenever they arrived on scene to where shell casings were or damages were at that point.
And do you recall who the crime scene tech was that you had come out to that scene?
From my report, it was ID unit 7320 Sanders.
And had you have an opportunity to look at some of the pictures that were taken back on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
And in looking at those pictures, did that fairly accurately depict the scene as you recall it from January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
Nay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 1GG through 28GG. Have you had the opportunity to look at those specific pictures prior to entering court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this time the state would like to tender Exhibit 1GG to 28GG into evidence.
Did you say 20 or 28?
28.
All right, they're admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Looking at State's Exhibit 1GG, what are we looking at, State's Exhibit 1GG?
The incident location, the residence that it occurred at.
And do you recall if it was the left or the right home?
Looking at the picture, left side.
Okay. And going to 2GG? Now, you said to the left, is that the one where it appears that the door is open beyond the burglar door, the other door is open?
Yes.
Okay. And looking to the other door, which is closed, do you see anything that you would determine as defects on the door that's to the right?
Yeah, from looking at the picture, yes.
Okay. But that is not the house that you responded to, the one on the right.
That's correct.
Okay. Looking at 3GG, if you can describe for the jurors, what are we looking at in 3GG?
Staircase inside of the residence.
And is this a staircase in which you saw Mr. Elston?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Looking at 4GG, what is depicted in 4GG?
Defects on the wall and the staircase.
And when you say defects, what do you mean?
From being struck by bullets.
Looking at 5GG, is that just a close-up of those same defects?
I believe so.
All right, 6GG. Are these additional defects found within the home?
Yes.
All right. And 7GG, are these additional defects found inside of the home?
Yes.
And will all these be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
All right. Looking at 8GG, is that just a close-up of what we just looked at?
Yes.
All right. 9GG. And in 9GG, is that also a defect at the top portion of that picture?
Yes.
And I don't think you can see it here, so if you can stand up and just indicate with the pointer where that defect is on that picture.
Right there.
All right. You may have to stand, so.
Okay.
Looking at 10GG, if you can identify for the jurors the defect that is here as well. All right. 11GG, is that just the floor inside of the home?
Yes.
All right. M12GG. What is depicted inside 12GG?
I recall that being the front bedroom upstairs.
And looking at 12GG, do you see the window in 12GG?
Yes.
Do you see any distortion of the blinds looking at 12GG?
Yes.
Okay, if you can just point that out for the jury.
Here and up here.
All right. Looking at 13GG. Within 13GG, do you see any defects in the wall near that window that you just identified?
Yes.
If you can just point to the jury and if we can zoom in where those defects are. Scroll down.
So we're looking right here and over here.
Okay. And you said over, hold on.
Possibly some up here. I know.
All right, is this one, oh, sorry, tell me what it is.
Yes, that appears to be one up there.
Okay, any others?
Yeah, and possibly over there to your right side.
Here?
Yes.
Okay. We can go to the next, that 15GG? Or 14GG? Do we see any defects here?
Yes.
And where is it?
Ceiling above the fan.
Is that right here?
Yes.
All right, now 15GG? Do we see any additional defects?
Yes, I think that's just a close up of the one we previously, yes.
All right. 16GG? Now what's being depicted in 16GG?
Where one of the victims was lying in bed.
And 17GG? Is that a close up of that same area?
Yes.
Are you able to tell the jury what this reddish brown stain could be inside of this picture?
Yes, possibly blood.
All right. Looking at 18GG, any defects within 18GG?
Yes.
Where would that defect be?
To the right of the picture frames, bottom, above that, top right, above the picture frames in the middle, and then possibly some to your right above this mirror.
All right. Looking at 19GG, is that just a close up of the one we just identified?
Yes, close up.
20GG? Are those just close up of the other ones we just identified?
Yes.
21GG? Is that just, do we see any defects within 21GG?
Possibly right there, but that looks like some kind of close up,
Okay.
not 100%.
All right. 22GG? What are we looking at 22GG?
Bathroom.
And in 23GG? Do we see any defects within 23GG?
Yes, above the block.
So right here?
Yes.
Next, 24GG? That's the close up?
Close up, yes.
All right. 25? Do we see any defects?
Yes, in the mirror.
Is that right here?
Yes.
And then 26GG? Close up.
Close up.
All right. 27GG? Would those be considered defects as well?
Yes.
And 28GG? Same?
Yes.
29, and I believe that's it. Thank you. And will all those defects be consistent with defects that come from gunfire?
Yes.
From the bedroom, where was the bedroom in relation to outside? Was it the front bedroom, the back bedroom, or something else?
It was the front bedroom.
And so would that be the bedroom that be facing the street?
Yes.
Once you had investigator Sanders process the scene, what, if anything, would you do next?
After probably while she was processing, or I can't recall if Sanders is male or female, I apologize. While processing, I would most likely walk them through the scene to advise what needs to be collected, what's evidence, what's not. Walk them through, also fill out, they have paperwork that we have to fill out as well. And that's what I'd be doing while they'd be processing.
Now, all the individuals who resided or who was at the home that day, do you know they lived at that location?
I can't recall if they definitely lived there, but they were there that night.
Were you able to get phone numbers and addresses for those individuals?
Can I check my report?
Yes.
Yes. Would you like me to go through?
No,
No.
were you able to get that for each of those individuals?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And outside of the home having defects, were there any other defects to anything outside of the house?
Yes.
Okay, what else was damaged?
There was a vehicle that was in the driveway, I believe, that had damage.
What kind of vehicle was it?
From my report, a blue Chevrolet Lumina.
When you arrived on the scene, did you see anyone shooting by the time you got on the scene?
I did not.
Do you know how soon after you arrived to a scene that the incident number would be generated?
It would already be generated upon us getting the call.
On that evening, do you know if you responded to any other scenes that, well, you're responding officer, so you would have. Do you recall responding to an incident 150260124 at all that evening? The location? Did you ever have to respond to I-7585 at University that evening or that morning?
I don't recall. I wouldn't have responded in the morning because I worked evenings.
Did you ever have to, if you can recall, respond to Stanhope Drive on January 26, 2015?
I don't recall.
And again, this shooting was at 9:30 in the evening, correct?
Yes.
All right. Course indulgence for one moment. For confirmation, your report number was 15020262672.
Yes.
Is that fair? When in relation to your incident that you responded to, would incident number 150260124 occur?
That would have been earlier in the day.
Earlier in the day?
Yes.
When in relation to your incident, would 150262801 occur?
That would have been after.
After. All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you. On behalf of Mr. Williams, we have no questions.
No questions on behalf of Mr. Stillwell.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, thank you for your time. You're excused. It's your next witness. How lengthy are they going to be?
It'll be a little longer.
How long?
Probably about 45 minutes
Do you want to eat lunch now or in an hour? Want to keep plugging for a little while? All right, let's have your next witness.
State calls Dr. Christy, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Christy, Kristi, Pitts, Pitts.
Good morning. I heard you spell your name. Has your name changed in any time recently?
It has.
Okay, what did your name used to be?
Christy Sanders.
Okay, and when did it become Pitts?
I was born in Pitts. I went back to my maiden name.
All right. And was it Sanders in or around or about 2015?
Yes.
Are you employed?
Yes.
What do you currently do?
I am a full-time professor at Purdue University Global.
And how long have you been working in that capacity?
I've been working at Purdue University for about 3.5 years. I've been teaching post-secondary education for over 10 years.
Okay. And what did you do, or what capacity did you work prior to beginning your teaching career?
I worked at Atlanta Police Department as a crime scene technician.
And what were your usual duties and responsibilities as a crime scene technician with the Atlanta Police Department?
I processed crime scenes that I was dispatched out to.
And when you say process, what did that all entail?
Photographing of the scene, processing evidence that was collected, and testifying to those findings and to that processing.
And how long were you employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
Maybe a little over 5 years.
Were you ever a sworn law enforcement officer with post certification?
Yes.
Were you sworn in post certified in your capacity as a crime scene tech?
Yes.
What year did your employment with the Atlanta Police Department begin?
2013.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to the date of January 26, 2015. Do you recall working on Monday, January 26, 2015, Dr. Pitts?
Yes.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you remember about working on that day?
I remember being dispatched out to a number of crime scenes that day.
Do you recall one of those crime scenes being 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. And in what county is that location situated?
If I recall, it's in Fulton County.
And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what is located at that address? Is it a house, a business, or?
I would actually have to take a look at my report if possible.
No problem. Now approaching the witness with what has been pre-marked, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 90 GG, and it has already been previously served to discovery.
Right. It appears to be a house based off of my description in one of my photographs.
Okay. So can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you recall about being dispatched to that location in that call? Do you know what kind of call it was?
According to my crime scene report, it was an aggravated assault / battery.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you arrived to that location?
What did I observe?
Did you, what did you see? Did you see anything on the ground? Did you see any people? What did you see?
I would probably have to look at photographs to be able to determine that.
Okay. I am going to approach the witness with what has been pre-marked in State's Exhibits 30, golf through 85 golf ball. And when you've had a chance to look at those, I mean, have you, let me ask you this question, Dr. Pitts. Have you previously had an opportunity to review those exhibits that have been placed before you before coming to court?
Yes.
And what are those exhibits that have been placed before you?
These are photographs that I have taken of this crime scene.
And I'm also going to put before you what has already been previously admitted into evidence as states exhibits 1 golf, 2, 28 golf. And I'm going to put these over here so they can remain separate. Have those exhibits identified as states exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf? Do they fairly and accurately depict the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia, as you remember that crime scene to be on the day of January 26, 2015?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, at this time, I now move to admit states exhibits 30 golf to 85 golf into evidence and request permission to publish at the appropriate time.
They're admitted, May.
If you will take a moment to refresh your recollection using those photos about what you may or may have not seen and look back up at me when you have had such an opportunity to do so. All right, do you need me to restate the question or?
Absolutely, please.
Okay, all right. What, if anything, did you see upon arriving to the location of 1007 Hill Street, Southeast Atlanta, Georgia on January 26, 2015?
Upon arrival, I remember seeing the first responding officer that was there, did a quick briefing with that officer. And during that briefing, I did a preliminary walkthrough, and that's when I was able to locate shell casings that was at this particular crime scene.
Do you know who the initial responding officer or officer on scene was?
According to my report, and I could be pronouncing this wrong, I think it's Leduke.
How do you spell it?
It's Leduc.
Okay, all right. Is it fair to say that might be Leduke?
Hey, potato.
Okay, all right. And do you know who called you out to the scene? Was it Officer Leduke?
It's not. It's typically the 911 communication dispatcher.
When you arrived to that location, well, let me ask you, let me back up. Around or about what time did you get dispatched to that location, if you can recall?
According to the report, it was 21:33 hours.
And I'm not good with military time. Can you tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury, for my sake, what that time might be?
That time is 8:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
All right. And was the sun up or down at that time?
If we're going off based this time when it came in, based on the dates, we're in the winter season, I would say that it's dark.
Okay. All right. I'm not good with math, but how would you, if you said 21:30?
Maybe 9 p.m.
Okay, I just want to make sure I know. All right. So I want to ask you a little bit more about your arrival. So how do you determine where to start when processing your crime scene?
It's based off of training. You want to approach a crime scene in the most systematic manner possible. So before you even approach a crime scene, you should have a plan of action. And that's typically how I approach all of my crime scenes. I conduct a quick, brief walkthrough with that first responding officer or either the lead investigator that's there. Speak with them as we're walking through. I'm observing the scene. They're letting me know what they've already witnessed or uncovered. And then while I'm doing that, I'm thinking simultaneously how am I going to go ahead and process this crime scene.
And in the course of processing the crime scene, is this particular crime scene that you responded to given a case number at any point?
Yes, it is.
What is that case number associated with this crime scene?
The incident number for this one is 150-262-672.
All right. In the course of processing this crime scene that you responded to, did you, you stated earlier that you saw shell casings on the ground. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in seeing shell casings, did you collect those shell casings?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shell casings you collected on that day?
According to my crime scene report, it was 66 pieces of evidence.
And did you collect any live projectiles or live rounds, rather?
No, I collected 65 shell casings and 1 projectile.
And when you say a projectile, what do you mean by that, Dr. Pitts?
So a projectile is a piece that comes off of a shell casing or a live round that has been fired. So it can be a piece of metal that's off of that.
And prior to collecting the said evidence that you obtained on that evening, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what, if anything, you do before removing it from the premises?
You want to photograph the crime scene in its totality. And then from there, you must photograph each individual piece of evidence. So in this instance, I collected 65 shell casings. I took 65 individual photographs of those shell casings in overall, a mid-range, and a close-up of each and every piece of evidence.
And after you take those photographs, well, let me ask you a different question. How do you distinguish shell casings one from another on the scene when you're taking pictures?
Based on the initial walkthrough that I conduct with that first responding officer, or either that lead investigator, we typically discuss, did you determine what was the entryway into this crime scene? And from there, that's how I methodically place the evidence markers on those shell casings.
With the evidence markers, are those included in the crime scene photos that you take?
Yes.
Okay. And after taking your photos of the crime scene, what, if anything, do you do with the shell casings?
I collect them.
Did you take them and put them in your pocket? Did you put them in a backpack? How did you transport them or collect them?
So they are not put in my pocket. That would be extremely unethical. They are individually collected and placed into a small manila envelope, meaning a little bullet bag, and they are numbered based off of the evidence markers. They are given their approximate time based on when I collect each and every piece of evidence. On that evidence bag or that bullet bag, I also clearly specify where in the crime scene they were collected at.
And do you also, on that evidence bag, include the case number associated with the crime scene?
Yes.
I should say incident. I am now going to publish a select set, Your Honor, of crime scene photos that have been previously admitted subject to the court's rulings, starting with right. Dr. Pitts, you can utilize the screen in front of you to track with the presentation of evidence. Excuse me. Now showing you what has been previously admitted in State's Exhibit 30 golf. Dr. Pitts, are those little yellow things on the ground, the placards that you were describing earlier?
Yes,
And with those little placards that are on this photo, be next to the shell casings that you saw outside of the residence?
yes,
And are those the same shell casings that you described as collecting from the crime scene and putting into small bullet bags or small bullet bags?
yes,
Now transitioning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 31 golf. Is this a different angle of additional shell casings that you took photos of on that same street?
it appears to be from a different angle of those same shell casings.
Transitioning now to State's Exhibit 32 golf. All right. Is this a different also angle of the street that contains some of the shell casings, as you remember?
Yes,
And that moisture on the street, was that there prior to your arrival, or do you remember that to be something that came as a result of the gun shots that rang out at the crime scene, if you recall?
that was there prior to my arrival.
Okay. Now showing you what has been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, the next State's Exhibit, which is 33 golf. Is what? Do you recall this particular residence at the crime scene?
Yes,
And what do you know this residence to be?
a house.
Okay. Is that where the incident will be? Is that the residence that is listed in? Is that the residence that is listed in your crime scene record with the address?
Yes,
Now turning to the next State's Exhibit. This exhibit here showing evidence marker 1, which is State's Exhibit 34 golf. Is this next to one of the shell casings that you collected?
yes,
And is that one such shell casing that you also included in your report?
yes.
Okay, turning to the next State's Exhibit, which is State's Exhibit 35 golf. Is this another such shell casing that you recovered?
Yes,
All right, next exhibit. What about this exhibit 36 golf?
this is another shell casing.
30, turning to the next exhibit with evidence marker 4. Is this another shell casing that you recovered?
Yes,
And do you recall or have any independent recollection of the caliber of the shell casings by any chance that you recovered that day?
not listed on my crime scene report, however, in my personal notes, yes.
Would that help refresh your recollection?
My personal notes, yes.
Ma'am.
I can,
Yes. Oh, well, they're not with you? Okay.
they are with, well, they're in the courtroom.
We'll hold tight on that. Okay.
Yes,
I'll transition to the next State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 38 golf. Did you collect this shell casing?
yes,
Next exhibit. Evidence placard 6, which is on State's Exhibit 39 golf. Is this another such separate shell casing from the one in the last photo?
yes,
And did you collect this one?
yes,
And would you have included this shell casing in your crime scene record?
yes.
All right, turning to State's Exhibit 40 golf. What about this shell casing depicted in State's 40 golf? Did you collect this?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor, cumulative.
These are separate photos, Judge. They're not the same.
Overruled.
All right, you can answer the question.
yes,
All right, you may turn to the next State's Exhibit, please. State's Exhibit 41 golf. As to evidence marker 8, is this another shell casing that you recovered on that evening?
yes.
State's Exhibit 42 golf.
Let me ask you this. I don't know if you were in here when Mr. Atkins was handling one of the other crime scene techs, and we had sort of a overview. Is there any way you could do it that way and just ask a broader
address-
question?
Yes, I will just
Thank
as the court has asked. Turning to, if I may, Your Honor, ignoring myself. Just a brief indulgence. I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 30 Golf Ball. Does the State's Exhibit that is published on the screen just about encapsulate all of the shell casings that you recovered from outside of the address of 1007 Hill Street Southeast, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, it appears to be.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 2GG. All right. The address that you listed on your report is 1007, correct, Hill Street?
1007 Hill Street Southeast, yes.
Is this picture depict the correct address of the home to which you responded on January 26, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Do you know from your crime scene record or independent recollection how many different types of shell casings were recovered from the crime scene?
From my crime scene report that I'm presently looking at, no, but from my personal notes from this crime scene, yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the State's Exhibit that has been identified as State's Exhibit 90 Golf. What is, earlier was used to refresh your recollection, but what is that, in fact, before?
This is a crime scene record or a crime scene report.
And why are such documents, well, how do you know what it is?
I was trained on this. This is how I document each and every crime scene that I'm dispatched out to and each and every crime scene that I process.
And is that particular crime scene record one that was drafted by yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And is that crime scene record made at or near the time that you have would have performed your duties as a crime scene technician?
Give or take maybe a day or two.
And would the evidence that was depicted in the photos that were published a few moments ago be included in that document?
Yes.
And would you also include any other such things that you would have, actions you would have taken that evening or thereabouts for reference purposes in that same document?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, is that document in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you last had the opportunity to review it?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state now moves to the State's Exhibit 90 golf ball.
All right, that's admitted.
All right. Do you remember, or are you able to say now, how many types of shell casings you recovered from State's Exhibits from the location of 1007 Hill Street Southeast?
If I was given the opportunity to review the notes that I've brought with me today, yes.
Your Honor,
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
may I seek clarification? Is,
Your Honor, when you had us speaking, testimony in the approach, is going to be commentary.
I'm not,
I don't know. I can't tell what you're saying.
Can we, I don't want to put anything in front of the jury unless it's objection. Can we approach this?
I'm wondering the notes. Are we speaking of her report or are there separate notes?
Sounds like they're notes separate from the report. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, Your
Could,
Honor.
could the defense be provided a copy of those notes?
Do y'all have the notes?
I brought,
They are with the witness. We would have to take a moment to, they're independent, but we can't get those.
Well, we
Okay.
don't have them. We'd like to see them, please.
Okay, I don't, have y'all seen them before? Nobody's seen them before. They've been with the witness. So, is the question just going to be to refresh her recollection?
It really would be, that's the only point for those notes now that she's mentioned.
All right. I mean, y'all certainly can look at them when, if and when y'all cross-examine her. I think at this point, she's just going to look at them to refresh recollection. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. I want to transition to,
So is she not going to look at them and refresh her
yes, they're
recollection?
currently in, are they in the room?
no, they're here in my briefcase.
Just a brief note.
Thank you. So the listing of shell casings that breaks it down based off of the caliber, it's for a different incident date, but not for this particular address.
All right. Excuse me. So I'm going to transition to the next set of questions. And I want to ask you, based on State's Exhibit, which we're going to get up for you, State's Exhibit 52, golf, with the assistance of Ms. Knight. It should be coming up before you on the screen too, if you want. Okay. Based on the exhibit that's before you on the laptop, which is State's Exhibit 52 golf, are you able to, based on your training and experience, say that there are at least two different types of shell casings that were recovered from?
Sustained.
How many shell casing types were recovered from the crime scene based on State's Exhibit 52 golf?
Based on this photograph, it appears to be two.
Are you able to say just based on this at least two?
Overruled.
At least two based off of this photograph would be fair to say.
Now I'm going to transition your attention to the date of January the 28th, 2015, which would have been a Wednesday. Do you recall working on that day, Dr. Pitts?
January the 28th, 2015, yes.
What do you recall working about on? What do you recall about working on that?
I would need to either look at my notes or my crime scene report.
I am now going to approach the witness, which with what has already been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 123 Charlie. And I have now handed the witness that exhibit. And after you've had a chance to review it, please look up at me and we'll continue asking questions. Okay. Has your memory been refreshed?
I would say that's a fair assessment.
Okay. All right. So Dr. Pitts, what do you recall about working on Wednesday, January 28th, 2015?
I recall being called out to a damage to property at 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest.
And in what county is that address located to your recollection?
Fulton County.
Okay. And based on your report, can you, or do you recall, let me ask, if that was a home or some other type of structure?
Based off of my narrative, it appears to be, not appears to be, it is an apartment.
And did you in fact actually go out to that location?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe upon arrival?
I would have to see the photographs.
I am now approaching you with what has been pre-marked as State Exhibits 1 Charlie Charlie to 122 Charlie Charlie, and they have also been shared in the discovery process already. And I want to ask you preliminarily, Dr. Pitts, have you had the opportunity to view State's Exhibits 1 Charlie 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 and through 122 Charlie 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 prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
And do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes.
And how do you know what those are?
These are my photographs.
Okay. And do those exhibits that are in front of you now, that have been previously identified, fairly and accurately depict the area that you responded to on January 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit said identified exhibits into evidence and publish with your permission.
Yeah, I'm sorry, may I have some clarification? Is the state referring to 1CC or 1CCC?
One
Triple C, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Triple C, I think he said it one time is just a double C, but it's triple C. Any objection? Those are admitted without, or is there objection?
No. Your Honor, these have been previously provided in discovery for this exact reason as the court is instructed, and I'm not sure.
Okay, I'm not sure if you understood my instruction yesterday, but it's okay.
But there are three separate PowerPoints that we gave, so we gave.
I am not, and I don't think they're questioning that they have seen them before. They just don't know what's what, because when they saw it before, apparently it wasn't numbered as, you know, a specific exhibit number, or it had a different exhibit number. So they need to know what they're looking at, basically.
Your Honor, so what they have is what's being published, so we consolidated what, everything's been admitted has been turned over, they should have, but what they have in this PowerPoint are the ones we're going to admit, which is a smaller number than what the full amount of pictures are. So we're only publishing.
Okay, so have they been renumbered?
Yes.
Is the question.
Yes.
Okay, which makes it difficult for them to know what to look at, because
They have not.
15 CCC might be something different now.
They haven't, you just.
The exhibit number, Your Honor, is one, but on the actual way in which they are presented for the publication purposes.
Okay, so that's why they're asking for either some clarification. But if y'all follow my instruction from earlier today and just get together in the morning before we start and look at everything, then we shouldn't have this problem tomorrow.
Yeah, I think we didn't know that we were gonna get.
I'm not blaming anybody. It just,
You're right. If we can clarify this, I think that we just.
just give them a chance to look at them for a second.
They can take the full stack. What they have is only what's being published, so that's what. Right.
My numbers are
They-
That full stack.
Show
is not
me
what
the
we
number
got.
20 CCs.
No, this is what I'm-
Can I see those?
Sure.
Is this the whole stack? We gotta pull out which ones.
For this staff to admit
122 of them, and I do not expect 122 of them to be published or anywhere near that.
Correct. And these are all the pictures that were in the witness folder that we went over a few weeks ago. So that's what we're saying is that.
no one's denying.
So
They're just trying to figure out what's what.
All right, Your Honor, are the question remains, what state's waiting on your?
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any objection, so admitted without objection.
Okay.
And you may publish a select
Yes.
number of
that's
them.
The actual petition. Okay. Dr. Pitts, earlier you stated that you would need to refresh with your photos. If you have an opportunity to look through them, if you need to briefly, to see what you recall about what you saw when you arrived.
As I previously stated, based off of my crime scene report, I was dispatched out to a damage to property. Looking through these photographs, I have seen these briefly before. It does appear to be shell casings that were documented or photographed at this scene, as well as a vehicle, apartments, outside and inside, as well as defects inside of some of the apartment units.
And do you recall who was the on-scene investigator upon your arrival, if any?
According to my crime scene report, I was working with or speaking with Collins.
And what was the actual address of the location to which you were dispatched?
2905 Springdale Road, Southwest,
And in what county is that address situated?
Fulton County.
And do you remember whether it was daytime or nighttime when you responded to that crime scene?
Based off of the time that the call was received and the time that the call was answered, it was the early morning of January 28th, 2015.
Do you have a round or about the time that you may have went?
So this call was received at 1:01 a.m. It appears that I responded at 2:07 a.m.
Did you collect any evidence from this crime scene after you arrived?
Based off of my crime scene report, I collected 22 pieces of evidence, 17 shell casings, and 5 projectiles were collected from this crime scene.
And do you recall based on your report, or do you recall off your independent recollection, which caliber they may have been?
Let me see if this was. Yes, based off of my notes, I collected a 9mm Luger. That was eight 9mm Luger shell casings were collected. I also collected 40 Smith & Wesson RP, and it appears to be 7 of those shell casings that were collected. I also collected a PMC 9mm Luger. It appears to be 1 of those were collected. No, I stand corrected, sorry. 5 of those. There was also a Hornady 9mm Luger that was collected, a Blazer 9mm Luger that was collected. And those were all as it relates to the shell casings. The rest were projectile pieces.
All right. And is there a case number associated with this particular call that you went out to, or an incident number associated with it that you responded to at the 2905 Springdale Road, Southwest Atlanta?
Yes.
Location? What is that case or incident number?
150-280-046.
And after you collected that evidence, did you handle that evidence in the same manner as you did in the prior APD case or incident number?
Prior to collecting any pieces of evidence, including these shell casings and projectiles, photographs are taken of the entire scene, and then individually of each and every shell casing before any collection is done.
I want to publish select photos for on the screen for you, and if you give it a brief moment, it will come up. And it is now showing, the screen is now showing States Exhibit 1, Triple C. Utilizing States 1, Triple C, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we are looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the shell casings and the parking lot area of this apartment complex based on my arrival.
And now turning to the next States Exhibit, which is 5 Triple C. Is this another evidence? Thank you. Another evidence placard associated with one of the shell casings that you collected?
Yes.
And would there have been multiple placards of this type for the shell casings that were outside?
Yes.
All right. Turning your attention now to States Exhibit 22, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a photograph of this vehicle?
If I'm not mistaken, based on what I briefly recall, this car may have had some damage. Anytime a vehicle has been damaged or a part of a crime scene, you are to photograph the vehicle, all sides, all 4 sides. And that's what this photograph is showing, the backside of this vehicle.
Turning your attention to States Exhibit 24, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this another angle of that view of that same vehicle?
This appears to be the passenger side of that vehicle.
And do you see from this view any defects to this vehicle? On this side of the vehicle?
Not based on this photograph, no.
Next state's exhibit, which is state's exhibit 25, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. What about this exhibit?
It appears to be some type of defect on the driver's side, but I would have to have that photograph zoomed in
You can enlarge that.
for an exact.
Yep. All right. Utilizing the zoom feature, are you now able to see any such defects to this vehicle on this state's exhibit?
Yes,
And where do you see that defect?
on the driver side back window.
All right. Now turning your attention to state's exhibit 29, Charlie, Charlie. And do you see any defects in this photo here?
No.
Okay. We are now publishing for your viewing state's exhibit 30, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would you have taken a picture of the front entrance of this apartment unit?
Anytime you're photographing a crime scene, you're supposed to tell a story. And this is another photograph of me showing or telling a story through photography.
Next state's exhibit. 32 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie is published. And do you see any bullet defects here?
Yes,
How many?
it appears to be one.
And are you ever able to recover any such projectiles that may have entered the home at such range or from distance?
If a defect was in this building on the outside, no, we typically don't have a ladder that we would climb up for that. But if it penetrated through and it was now inside of that apartment unit, yes, I would cut the wall out and retrieve it with tweezers.
Showing you state's exhibit 34, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Do you see a bullet defect here in this exhibit?
Could you zoom in for me?
Yes.
Yes, it does appear to be a defect in the wall.
Showing you state's exhibit 36, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And I'm going to zoom in. Do you see in this room, separate from the last exhibit, a bullet defect?
Yes.
Turning to the next state's exhibit. And being published now in state's exhibit 39, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is this a separate unit from the first unit that you took pictures at featured in this particular state's exhibit?
Yes.
And was this unit impacted by the gunfire that led to defects that may be there present?
Yes.
Showing you now state's exhibit 40, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Okay. Featured in this photo, do you see any such defects as you were talking about on this unit?
Are we able to zoom in some? It does appear to be a defect on the outside.
Right. Turn your attention to state's exhibit 42, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And if we can go and enlarge. Dr. Pitts, why was this photo of any significance to you?
It appears to be maybe some type of defect.
Okay. If you could utilize the cursor to just beneath, thank you, just go a little lower, right there. Do you see a defect there?
Are we able to zoom in some?
I think that's as far as it goes, Dr. Pitts.
I wouldn't be able to accurately say that that's a defect.
We'll turn to the next state's exhibit, which is 44, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, before you is state's exhibit 44, Triple C. Why is there evidence placard on the inside of the house as opposed to the outside?
Because at this point, I am working my way indoors. And this appears to be the first piece of evidence upon entering this apartment unit.
Okay, if we could zoom in, Ms. Knight. And from that angle or vantage point, are you able to tell what that evidence may have been?
I can refer to my crime scene report. It appears to be a projectile piece.
And now turning your attention to State's Exhibit 46, Charlie. All right. And is this a different defect from the others that we have observed in Unit 2?
That we observed in Unit 1, because I think we've just entered into Unit 2.
Yes, so within Unit 2, is this a separate defect from any others?
Yes.
And now turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit. Utilizing State's Exhibit, this appears to be 48, Charlie. Do you see any defects in this particular photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that also another such defect inside of Unit 2, Apartment 2?
Yes, it appears to be.
Turning your attention to the next State's Exhibit. We're just about done. State's Exhibit 50, Charlie. If we could zoom in, do you see anything by the light switch in this photo?
Yes.
What do you see by the light switch?
It appears to be a defect in the wall.
Turning your attention now to the next State's Exhibit, which is 55, Charlie. Do you see any defects here on this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. Next exhibit, please. 57. And in this photo, do you see any such defects within this closet area depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 59, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, now that it has been enlarged, are you able to see another defect in the same unit on this photo?
Yes.
Turn your attention now to State's Exhibit 61, Charlie. In the same unit, and in large, Ms. Knight, thank you. Do you see any bullet defects here with this exhibit on the screen? And if you're not able to, you can always utilize the hard copies of photos.
What was the number of this photograph?
This is State's Exhibit 61, Charlie.
Thank you. And that didn't help either. It appears to be.
Okay, all right. And now direct your attention to the next set in photo. This set 63, Charlie. And utilizing this photo, do you see another bullet defect here in this apartment unit?
Yes.
And I'll ask that similar question. Turn your attention to State's Exhibit 66, Charlie. Okay. Is this a separate unit from the prior two that you have taken pictures in?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see any bullet defects on this photo pertaining to Unit 3?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 67, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any bullet defects in this photograph? And if yes.
Yes, it does appear to be.
And to the top right where the cursor is now pointed, do you see any more bullet defects?
Yes.
And how many do you see?
I see 3.
And in total on this exhibit, how many do you see?
I want to say 4. It could be on other parts.
Would utilizing the hard copy of that exhibit in front of you make you confirm that?
What was the number
That's
again?
Exhibit 70, Charlie. Excuse me, my apologies. That was 67, Charlie.
67. I can't accurately say, and the reason that I state that if you scroll down, it's two others, and I can't say if those are defects or not, so I don't want to misstate.
I want to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 70, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And utilizing this exhibit, Dr. Pitts, are you able to see any bullet defects that would have led you to take this photo of this part of the home?
Yes,
Where do you see that up there about?
I see one that's right under the window.
Turning your attention now to 71 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. All right. From what view of this unit are we looking at the door in State's Charlie, 71 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
It appears to be that I'm now inside of the unit and the front entry door is closed.
Okay, and if we could zoom in a little bit on the door tonight. Do you see the bullet defect that you took a notice of outside of the door when you took this photo?
Yes.
Turning your attention to 73 Triple C. All right. Dr. Pitts, are there any good bullet defects in this photo which would have led you to take it?
Yes, it appears to be one.
Ms. Knight, if you could put the cursor, do you see where the cursor is?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a bullet defect to you?
Yes.
Publishing State's Exhibit 75, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And in this photograph, where does it appear that you are now when you took it?
Maybe in another room of this apartment unit.
Is that a bed? Does that look like a bed to the left of the photograph?
I can't accurately state that if that's a bed.
Ms. Knight, if we can zoom in on the wall. Is that okay? Utilizing this photo where the cursor is, if you can't see it through this photo, you can always refer to the hard copy in front of you. Do you see what appears to be a bullet defect?
Yes.
'76 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And if we, as far as you can, do you see any bullet defects in this photo that you took further in the room?
Yes.
And how many do you see with your eye?
I see 3.
Now publishing State 77 Triple C. And are you still in the same room that you were in when you took the first couple of photos?
Yes.
Okay, and if we can zoom in just a bit, do you see additional bullet defect, an additional bullet defect in this one?
Yes.
And do you see? Yes, I was going to ask you.
Is it 76 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
It is 77 to you.
It appears to be 3.
Okay. All right. Now publishing 79, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And do you see any bullet defects in this portion of the photograph that you took for this case?
Yes.
How many do you see?
2.
Now publishing State's Exhibit 81, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect there?
Yes.
And is that window in the same room that you were in with the last photo that you took? To your recollection?
It appears to be yes.
All right, publishing 82, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, why would an evidence placard now be in this portion of the house of Unit 3?
Because the projectile piece was actually recovered from that wall.
And do you see a defect that may have come from that projectile piece?
Yes.
Where do you see it?
On the wall next to the placard.
Okay. Publishing State's Exhibit 85, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, do you see any defects to this piece of furniture featured in this photo?
Yes, it appears to
And is
be.
it fair to say that that is a headboard in which that defect is located?
I can't speculate. I would have to zoom out.
Showing you States Exhibit 86, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what is on the floor near that placard?
That's a projectile piece.
Showing you now States Exhibit 88, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. As to this evidence placard, we're gonna forego that, we're gonna go to the next exhibit. 90, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, in the corner of this photograph, is there yet another bullet defect to your ability to see?
Yes.
And now publishing 92, triple C. In the same room, do you see another bullet defect separate from the others that you identified?
Yes.
Publishing the next States Exhibit 93, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what's here in this photo?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Publishing 95, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And Dr. Pitts, do you see a bullet defect in this photograph?
Yes.
And is it where about the cursor is located on the screen?
Yes.
Now publishing the next States Exhibit, which appears to be States Exhibit 100, but let's confirm. Just a brief moment. Okay, it's 98. Yes. Yes, States Exhibit 98, Charlie, 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 which is on the screen.
Is it 99 CCC?
No, it's 98 on the screen. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
Okay.
And Dr. Pitts, why did you put an evidence placard here on the floor right in this photograph?
This is a photograph of a projectile piece.
Okay. And utilizing the cursor, Ms. Knight, can you hover over what that object appears to be? Do you see a projectile where the cursor is located?
Yes, it appears to be.
Now publishing the next States Exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Excuse me. Dr. Pitts, what led you to take a photo here of this part of the room? Do you see any defects?
Are we able to zoom in some?
Yes.
Maybe to the corner going up? Is it the closest we can get?
It's the closest.
And what was the number of that?
That is States Exhibit 101, Charlie, Charlie. And if not, I can put the next exhibit up.
Can we put the next, because this is kind of out of sequence. Thank you.
Actually, we're going to transition to States Exhibit 106, Charlie, Charlie. And you can still refer to that.
That's not in order, so I'll stick to this.
All right. Is this a separate unit from the first three that you took pictures of?
Yes.
All right. And was this unit also affected by the gunfire that occurred on that evening?
Yes.
Now publishing States Exhibit 108, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Dr. Pitts, what drew you to take a picture of this portion above the unit 4?
It appears to be damage to the window and possible defects in this building.
Publishing States 1, the next exhibit. 109, Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. And zooming further in, do you see any other additional defects here in this exhibit that you didn't see in the last?
Yes, it appears to be a defect to the right side of the window on the brick.
Publishing states 110 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Is there damage or defects to this window in this photograph?
The lower part, yes.
Publishing states exhibit 112 triple C. All right, zooming in, yep. Dr. Chris, do you see any defects in this photograph?
Yes.
And how many do you see with your eye?
It appears to be 5 or 6 if we're looking at the top right corner of the page or the photograph.
The cursor is located.
Correct.
And now publishing states exhibit 115 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Does this appear to you to be the interior angle of the exterior damage to the window that you were describing earlier?
Yes.
And Dr. Chris, did you create a crime scene record for this particular incident?
Yes.
And do you recognize the crime scene record in this case, identified as States Exhibit 123 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the crime scene report that I generated.
Okay. And does that crime scene report fairly and accurately, does that crime scene report or record, is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you authored it?
It appears to be, but I'm sure it's not the exact original.
Okay. And at this time, Your Honor, the state now moves to admit States Exhibit 123 Charlie, Charlie, Charlie.
All right, it's submitted.
Dr. Pitts, I want to turn your attention to the final case number here. Do you recall working on Tuesday, April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
And do you recall being called out to the location of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway?
Yes.
And in what county, to your knowledge, is that location situated?
It's on the other end of Hallowell, Fulton.
Okay. And do you recall what is located at that address?
Based on the photographs that I have been briefed on, it appears to be at a club.
I am now approaching you with what has been previously labeled as States Exhibits 2, Juliet, Juliet through States Exhibit 91, Juliet, Juliet. If defense would like to repeat, you may, otherwise I'll approach. It's already been served.
Thank you.
I have now had witness States Exhibits 2, Juliet, Juliet to 91, Juliet, Juliet. And what have I handed you, Dr. Pitts?
A stack of photographs.
Do you recognize those photographs? I should say, have you had an opportunity prior to coming to court today to review those?
Yes.
All right. And do those photographs that you have in front of you that have been previously identified fairly and accurately depict the area of 2517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Atlanta, Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, as it was on the day that you responded to that crime scene location on April 28th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state now moves to admit States Exhibit 1, now moves to admit States Exhibits 2, Juliet, Juliet to 91, Juliet, Juliet.
Those are admitted.
92, Juliet, Juliet, excuse me.
92 through 92?
Yes, yes.
All right,
2 through 92.
they're admitted.
Okay, all right. also going to approach you with what has already been marked as state's exhibits. Exhibit 93, Juliet. And Dr. Pitts, I will ask you, do you know what that is?
Yes,
And have you had a chance to, what is it?
it's a crime scene report or
And
record.
Does it pertain to the address of 22517 Donald Lee Hollowell Parkway, Northwest Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes,
And does it pertain to, what incident number to which does it pertain to?
151180288.
And does that crime scene record is it in the same or substantially same condition as it was when you offered?
Yes,
Your Honor, I now move to admit state's exhibit 93, Juliet into evidence.
Admitted.
What was the basis for the call that you were dispatched to at that location on April 28th, 2015?
I was dispatched out to a damage to private property.
And when you arrived to the location, what did you see, if anything?
Based off of my photographs, I saw damaged vehicles, some shell casings.
And do you know who the on-scene investigator was or a responding officer?
Based off of my report, it was Sutton.
All right, I hate to do this, but I'm going to interrupt and have us break for lunch because it's been past the 45 minutes anticipated and we're at 1 p.m. now. So I'm sure people are getting hungry. So we'll pick up with this witness after the lunch break. And we'll break until 2:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. We'll see you back at 2:15. All right, I'm not sure where Miss Love went, but y'all were going to get the dates of the witness list that those various witnesses first ever appeared on. Have y'all been able to provide that to the defense yet?
I'll look as we're sitting here before I leave for lunch. Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't think you were in here yet, but somebody should have already been doing that. And in fact, y'all called a witness that we hadn't yet covered because you gave me one order that you were calling the witnesses in and then called them in a different order. Not that anybody from the defense objected, but there's Miss Love. Miss Love, the defense still needs the information on which witness list these recently re-added witnesses were on.
Okay, I had, earlier this morning, I had our paralegal looking at our first list that we sent out. So I'll go and get that information
Okay,
from her.
I mean, doesn't your paralegal email you?
Yeah.
When they've got the information you need, do you have to?
Yes, and
go
actually she did
physically
tell,
over here?
no,
Okay.
no, I was just gonna step out and talk to her, but she already told me that, for instance, Kornbacher.
Yeah,
was
well,
a
he
name-
found Kornbacher, but anybody
as-
else?
Yes, there was another one.
All
There
right.
were, I think at least 5 more that she found. I'll go and check.
Is she outside right now?
No, she's at the office. No, I stepped in because another matter came up. The court had asked me about Mr. Zachary, and I had the
Right.
person there to
Okay.
address that. So
Well,
that's the
maybe
reason I
somebody
stepped back
else
in.
could go get the information about the witnesses, or
I'll
if,
just
do
send
you
it.
have the ADA or investigator who got the information from the hospital?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's deal with that.
The ones that
And it seemed like the judge finally on their tail with all this dropping the ball stuff. So we'll see. I'm pretty sure whoever they about to have come in there, they're going to say, yeah, they need to just have the doctor make a statement directly to the judge at this point. Because I'm gonna be honest, it seems like people choose how they hear shit.
Here he is.
I ain't gonna per se say.
Hey, I'm just, if you were the person who was present for the doctor's conversation yesterday, I am wondering if the doctor said anything about whether stress would adversely impact Mr. Zachary to the extent that the doctor had concerns about, a rapidly deteriorating medical condition. Okay, was it discussed? Okay. 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 And nothing about, he or she had no concerns about stress being able to. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate your time. All right, Ms. Love, during this lunch break, please get that information to the defense. If you want to just email it to everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up the email. I think I
Okay,
saw it.
great.
So I'll
If you
pull
have it
that up.
right now, that's even better.
Okay. And Your Honor, what I was looking for was, what I'm going to go get is the email that Mr. Steele sent us this morning at 7:30. I saw it this morning, so I'm going to go and check those names and go ahead and see what names that we're looking for. And by that, I mean, he specifically identified a chunk.
Right, yes, at 7:30 this morning, so. Alrighty, well, Miss Love's leaving, so I'm not sure if Miss Love's coming back immediately or what's going on right now.
I was just going to the room right outside to grab my computer. I wasn't leaving. I was just going to grab it. I mean, I could.
Y'all don't have the ability on your laptops to get your emails?
Yes, my laptop is outside the courtroom right
Okay, all right, well, just get the information to the defense. Okay, so we're gonna take our lunch break. All right.
Well. Today a lot hasn't really been going on. There's been a lot of police recalling by looking at their notes, their reports, what happened on particular dates of these drive-by shootings and stuff, and crime scene text stating what's going on with pictures and shit they took. It's just been a bunch of nothing to me. isn't it the law that you can't get up on the stand under prescription medication or testify under any type of drug prescribed or not? I don't think per se you can't testify to that. I think if you have now don't quote me on this shit. I think if you have clearance by the doctor, then you're fine. I think you can't go into and I'm talking about testifying. You can't go into agreement or plea or something. And even if for example, one of the questions I asked you, if you are under any prescription drug, if you say yes, they'll ask you, is that something you regularly take or is that something that you just took? And if it's something you regularly take and all that, you can continue on. So I don't think it's a law saying you can't, to my understanding. That's a good question though, but to my understanding. I kind of feel like at this point, Zachary must be very important to the state because they're like, shit. Lord basically said, well, before something else comes up. So basically, if he that sick, we need to get him in here ASAP. And whatever happened after that, oh well, type stuff. That's how I took it. They're not set to come back until 2:15. I'm going to end the live. I'll come back on. Well, I'm trying to think. Am I going to come back on? I don't know if I'm coming back on. I don't know. Well, I'm going to end the live because I really don't have no content to fill into 2:15. I got some other work I need to do. So I may be back on. If not, I'll drop a video later. But y'all want me to come back on? Okay, I'll come back on at 2:15. But yeah, I'll come back on at 2:15. I just don't have nothing to fill in for right now. Wouldn't that be against HIPAA laws because it's medical? I don't know. But no, see, HIPAA laws is the release of the medical somebody leaking your medical stuff. I mean, if you come out and say what type of medication you're on, that's not against HIPAA. You can release whatever medical stuff records or information you want yourself. They just can't, what I'm saying, put it out there. So I don't think that it has nothing to do with HIPAA. As far as the police talking to the doctor, I mean, if they have permission, they talk to the doctors. Like them saying, okay, well, this and that. And if they had permission to get his info, they talk to doctors all the time type stuff. If that's what you're asking, if by them getting the information, is that against HIPAA? No. Because talking to the doctor in general, not per se, what I'm looking for, obtaining actual records is one thing. I'm trying to think. What time is it? Is it 1? An hour and 15 minutes. All right, yeah. I'll be back at 2:15, y'all. Yeah, nah. As long as they don't release no things. 107, yeah. Okay. I was trying to look and see what something I can do in the meantime instead of but now I'll just come back at 2:15. So I'll see y'all back here at 2:15 and we'll continue on down this path. 2:15 Eastern time. I'll be forgetting we all over the place as far as time zone, but yeah. I'll be back at 2:15 Eastern time, okay? I'll see y'all then. Mickey talks the truth. Okay. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. I got truth on my mind. Truth on my mind.
Hey, listen, you are now rocking with Mickey Truth. She live up to her name, not the fame. So make sure y'all subscribe to our channel and stay updated on what's real. Bye.
Good reporting ass Mickey. We love you, Mickey.